We'll call the Tuesday, February 1st, City Council meeting to order at 4:59. Guess we got started a little early.
We do have to technically wait until 5 PM, so that we'll just
All right.
hold a minute. I don't want that to be in the record as the
There you
start
go.
time.
Now it's 5, man.
Okay, we'll start at 5 PM on
Thank
Tuesday,
you.
February 1st, for the City Council, Beaumont City Council meeting. And let's begin the meeting with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Here.
Mayor Lara.
Here. Mr. Finn, would you, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, Mr. Finn, you want to read what we're going to go into closed session for?
Sure. The items for discussion are, number one, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Stephen Fortier versus City of Beaumont, Riverside SUP, case number CVRI 2105608. Item number two, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, City Designated Representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza, Employee Organizations, Police Management, and SEIU. Item number three, annual public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Title City Manager. And item number four, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Councilmember Mike Laura and Mayor Pro Tem Julio Martinez, unrepresented employee, city manager.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Hey, no problem. So are we good to go? Okay. Okay, we're going to come out of closed session, and we'll start with a report from Mr. Pinckney on what there is to report out of closed session.
The council met in closed session. Item number 1 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Stephen Fortier versus City of Beaumont, Riverside Superior Court Case Number CVRI 2105608. There was reportable action taken. There was a motion authorizing the city attorney's office to defend the case. That motion was made by Vice Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, and Councilmember Laura seconded the motion, and the vote was Mayor White in favor of defending the matter, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez in favor, Councilmember Fenn in favor, Councilmember Santos in favor, and Councilmember Laura in favor. The second item was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, City Designated Representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza, the employee organizations, the police management, and SEIU. There was no reportable action. The third item was annual public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Title City Manager, no reportable action. Item number 4, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Councilmember Mike Lara and Mayor Pro Tem Julio Martinez, unrepresented employee, city manager, no reportable action taken. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you. So we'll call the regular session of the City Council meeting to order at 6:35. And could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Present.
Councilmember Santos?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Here.
Mayor White?
Here. And we have no request for excused absences. Mr. Lara, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, Mayor. Please stand and join me in the flag salute to our country's flag. Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And do we have any adjustments to the agenda tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to announcements, recognition, proclamation, correspondence. We don't have any of those. So the public comment period. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay. And we'll move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless the item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. Are there any items that council would like pulled for discussion? And do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Mayor,
Okay.
if there are no items to be pulled from the consent calendar, I'll make a motion to approve consent items 1 through 4.
I'll second that.
I'll do a roll call if you're ready. Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item number 5, contract amendment with Web Municipal Finance LLC for annual community facilities districts, administration services, special tax consultant services, and annual CFD financial reporting. Staff report from Jennifer Eustachian.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'm presenting to you the second amendment to the contract with Web Municipal Finance LLC. Web provides community facilities district administrative services, special tax consultant services, and directly assists the city managing its CFD program. This includes preparing budgets, tabulating the annual assessment, responding to property owner inquiries, preparing all regulatory reporting, and tracking payments for 81 independent assessments for the various CFDs and improvement areas. Management has been very happy with responsiveness, timeliness, and above and beyond service level provided by Web, and requests a second and final one-year extension. Page 639 of your packet is a proposed second amendment to the contract, which extends the contract termination date from March 1st, 2022 to March 1st, 2023. And the schedule of assessment, improvement areas, and the cost for a one-year extension is included on page 641. Web is not requesting a fee increase per assessment for the fiscal year 2023 amendment. With that, I will be happy to answer any questions you have. And we also have Heidi Sheppy and Brent Howard with Web Municipal Finance here to answer questions as well.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, council discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Sure, Mr. Finn, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question. When a member of the public looks at their property tax bill and sees a CFD tax listed on there with an associated phone number, is it Web Municipal Finance and who they are contacting?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. I've had that experience myself and had called and it was taken care of and was quite pleased with the process. I just didn't remember who I was talking to. So thank you.
Okay, see no other requests to speak. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve the second amendment to the contract with Web Municipal Finance, LLC.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item number 6, the appointment to the Beaumont Planning Commission, and we'll start with a report from Deputy City Clerk Nicole.
Good evening, Council. A partial term vacancy exists on the Beaumont Planning Commission due to the resignation of Commissioner Paul St. Martin. A notice of vacancy was posted in the newspaper and the city's social media platforms. 8 applications were received. As of yesterday, Misty Lane withdrew her application. The remaining applicants were contacted and invited to participate in this item, should council have any questions for them. And I can provide a spreadsheet for a tally of votes, should council choose that method, after any interview questions have been conducted. So we have some applicants that are here in person. We have some that are on the Zoom call and available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Castaldo, I know you're here. And are you here also for the Planning Commission? And what's your name? Cedric Bedoya. Okay. And then who do we have online? Do you know?
We have... I have David Getka, Michael Cannon, Eric Eustachian, and Callum Lamb. And Heather Uribe.
So we have everyone
We
here
have-
then,
Yeah, that's everyone.
right?
Correct.
Okay, good. So following patterns of the past, what I thought we would do tonight, and I'm open to suggestions or improvements, would be that we give any one of the candidates who wants the opportunity to speak, to introduce themselves. It's not a requirement. And then after that, we can start interviewing the candidates that we need. So I'm going to ask you, when that time comes, to provide me names of who you would like to ask questions of. We'll bring that applicant up, and then anyone else on council who wants to interview questions for that candidate, we'll go ahead and do that rather than bring them back and forth. And then at the end, my thought was that we would do what we've done in the past, which is to rank our top 3 and then keep track of the order that we've ranked them. And then you'll help us determine who's gotten the most support. Does that make sense? Okay, so we'll start with Mr. Castaldo. Did you want to take the opportunity to address the council? Absolutely.
And ask me if I didn't want it? Gee, thanks. Thank you, Mayor, council members. I served on the Planning Commission from 2004 to 2008. Not only did I serve on the commission, several years before that, I actually appeared before the commission when I was in the process of building a restaurant at 909 East 6th Street. So what I'm trying to say is I've been on both sides of this. And my experience during those 4 years, and we met twice a month, and we had 4 or 5 agenda items every week. It was a very busy time for the Planning Commission. And when somebody goes in front of the Planning Commission, they put a lot of effort in their project before they get to this step. They put a lot of money into it. They have an investment. And there were professionals that spoke in front of the commission, and there's the average Joe. And those people were very nervous. They almost felt intimidated. And those people deserve somebody up there that has compassion, that wants to listen to them, knows what they need to go through, and has a passion for the city. I feel I can do that. I had a lot of respect for Mr. Paul St. Martin, and quite frankly, I do want to make this brief. It would be an honor to be following his footsteps. I have a lot of experience in the city. Many of you know that. Many of you don't know that. At one time, I've had 3 businesses. I've had a successful business that I started with my father the day I got out of high school, and it's still thriving in Beaumont today. And I just like to use that experience, serve the needs of the city. I love this city. It's a great city. I want to see it better. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but we can always improve. And it always needs somebody to look after the city, nurture it, and progress to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Bedoya, is that, what's that?
Bedoya.
Bedoya, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council. My name is Cedric Bedoya.
Feel free to take your mask off if you'd like.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
My name is Cedric Bedoya. I'm lived in Beaumont for almost 7 years now. My family and I have been involved in a lot of community activities, and we would like to contribute more to the city, contribute more of our time. And so I felt some of my background as an administrator and a researcher, small business owner, that I could contribute to the Planning Commission here at the city. So, thank you.
Thank you. And now that we have everyone who's in person, we'll go through the other candidates online, and we'll go in order that we have them on the list here. So let's start with Mr. David Getka.
Hello?
Hi, David. You're good to go.
Good evening. Yes, I appreciate your consideration this evening. I'm currently on the EDC, as you all know, and I have an interest in the Planning Commission. I think I can apply my skill sets a little more appropriately to the Planning Commission if selected. I also sent everybody an email today with some suggestions as to perhaps looking at expanding the commission with some alternates, because we have so many good applicants, and also it would help on us making a quorum in case there's a number of people missing due to various circumstances. I would appreciate your consideration, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Getka. Next up is Lamb Callum.
Hi, everyone. I do apologize. I'm here on the side of the freeway just driving home from work. My name is Callum Lamb. Nice to be part of this. I haven't been in Beaumont nearly as long as probably the other applicants. However, living in Seattle, living in San Diego, Beaumont's actually my favorite city, frankly, and I intend to be here for some time. I'll just say briefly that as an engineer, as well as a coach for people, I have quite a proclivity to solve problems. And I really enjoy solving problems. And I also enjoy building coalitions that bring people together and create a sense of connectedness. And so I'll just keep my comments brief and also say that I really did appreciate what the first gentleman had to share. But that was quite inspiring. Thank you for your time, everyone, and your consideration.
Thank you, and I apologize for getting your name mixed up there. Okay, next up is Eric Eustachian.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Eustachian. Moved my family to Beaumont in 2012, hoping that it would be a great city to raise a family. And in the past 10 years, I've been pleasantly surprised and encouraged that it was. It's a very vibrant city with a lot of opportunities. And as my kids have reached a certain age, they are less needy of me and my time. And so I wanted to put myself forward to give something back to the city that we've lived in for 10 years now. Appreciate the opportunity. I'll keep this brief. I know that there's a long agenda tonight. I want to be respectful of everyone's time. Would just like to say that I think I'd be a great candidate because of a balance of private experience I have, owning my own business, working in private industry, and also working for public agencies, cities, and special JPAs. And so can understand the balance that is needed between being proactive as a business and also understanding the rules and regulations that are required of municipalities. And so really would appreciate the opportunity to give something back and appreciate the consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And up next is Heather Uribe.
Hello, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Thank you for allowing me to attend this and the opportunity. My name is Heather Uribe. I've lived in Beaumont for 13 years. I have 20 plus years experience in education. And I just feel like I'd like to have a voice and a say in things that go on in our community and our city planning. I've owned and operated a small business in the city. I have children in the school district. I volunteered in the community for the last 10 years in youth sports and high school sports. So I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to apply, and I'll just keep it brief at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Michael Cannon, you're up next.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Absolutely. You're good to go.
Good evening, council members and guests. I am Michael Cannon, and I do not have the planning experience that some of the other candidates do. However, I do work for a local tribe and am involved with the economic development committees and the planning committees there. And raised my kids throughout Beaumont, and it's time to start giving back to the community. That's about all I have.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start with you, Mr. Lara. Do you have a candidate or two that you would like to bring up for questions?
Eric Eustachian?
Okay, so we'll start with you, Mr. Eustachian.
Or do you want a list of three or just?
Let's
just
do one
at
at a time.
Okay. Find my questions real quick. So, Mr. Eustachian, I think you touched on it briefly, but what really interests you about being on the Beaumont Planning Commission?
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's a great one. Really what interests me is having whatever small part I can play in help guiding the future of the city. I understand the role of the Planning Commission is to advise the council. You guys have plenty on your plates. I'm well aware of that. And so you need planning commissioners that you can rely on to properly vet the projects that are being presented to the city. There's some transformative issues facing the city. It's not a sleepy little town like I think it was 20, 30 years ago. There's a real vibrant energy in this city. People want to move to Beaumont, but it can't just be all residences, and it can't just be all industry like you see in City of Industry, City of Commerce. There has to be a balance there. And so how I like to think of this role would be helping provide that balance. The balance of what the residents want and need, and the balance of what business owners should expect. And I think clarity in what they can expect from a business side is really important. And so as a planning commissioner, I think I can bring that balance, and I would appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Thank you.
You have any other questions at this time?
No other questions at this
Okay.
time, Mayor.
Would
Thank you.
anyone else like to ask Mr. Eustachian a question? Mr. Eustachian, let me ask you this. As you explained, you are aware of the role of the planning commissioner to advise and sort of follow the guidance and the mission of the council. So if there was an issue where you disagreed with the council in the direction we were headed, or the direction we provided the planning commission, how would you address that when working on approving and improving projects that come before the planning commission?
Sure. Ultimately, the decision lies with the city council. I think it's important that there's clear communication and an understanding of what direction the city council wants to take the city. If there's a project that comes before the planning commission that I feel would go against what the city council has clearly directed, or the vision that they have for the city, I would have no problem speaking my conscience. And it's unfortunate in today's society that if you disagree with somebody, or there's an issue that you're not aligned with, that sometimes people think that you're necessarily enemies, or you can't work together on future projects. So I would hope if there was a situation where myself, other planning commission members, or the city council would disagree, that it would be a respectful decorum, and ultimately the decision would lie with the city council. So there wouldn't be any hard feelings, and we would understand that ultimately trying to better the city for the residents and businesses alike.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Sure, go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Eustachian, I like your blend of public and private experience. Can you tell me what your vision of the city would look like in 5 to 10 years?
Absolutely. I think it would be an extension of what's currently happening. As I mentioned, I moved here in 2012, and interestingly enough, I was able to qualify for a United States Department of Agriculture loan or mortgage. It was still considered so rural in Beaumont in 2012. I think maybe I caught a loophole there, because I don't think it'd be considered that way anymore. But that transition from qualifying as a USDA mortgage to where we are now, where there's major corporations and businesses in Beaumont, golf courses, recreation opportunities. And so what I would like to see in 5 to 10 years is an extension of that, where residents that have the opportunity to live in Beaumont don't have to go anywhere to have recreation opportunities. They don't have to drive to Redlands, San Bernardino, Palm Springs, that they can stay in Beaumont. But at the same time, and this is the tricky part, you have to have that balance. You can't overbuild either, right? I mean, everyone's experienced driving on Highland Springs and the traffic that's associated there. And so having a vision for this balanced growth that is conscious and thoughtful and really given the appropriate thought so that it's implemented in a careful fashion, so that you're not overbuilding while at the same time providing what the residents need. So I mean, I can't say with certainty what I would like to see, but I would like to see an extension and smart growth of what's already happening, because to be honest, I think they're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right, seeing no other questions for Mr. Eustachian, we'll move on. Mr. Martinez, do you have someone that you would like to interview? Dr. Bedoya. Hello.
Hello. Hi there. Yeah, so I liked you say that you have extensive experience in plan design, and I like your statements about growing Beaumont, but being responsible while doing that. A couple of quick questions on time commitment. I know you're a very busy man. Of course, I know you obviously are familiar when our meetings are for the commission. Do you see any major conflict? Sometimes we have issues with getting a quorum. Everyone's busy and have their jobs. So how does that look on your?
No, with my teaching, it's kind of in my downtime, so normally weekends or evenings, and my job is salary position, so as long as I schedule my time off, it's no issue. So I have a very flexible work schedule.
Okay, and are you aware of the city's general plan that we have and how the city's set up in areas of growth?
Yes.
Okay.
So, okay,
right.
yes.
Okay, so you're aware and familiar with that?
Yes.
All right, and my last question, do you have experience with the building codes and ordinances of the city? Are you aware in general? Because I know you have extensive plan design experience.
Yes.
So that's good, being able to look at the plans, but how about as far as what we require? Have you looked into?
For the city of Beaumont,
Yeah.
no, I have not looked at the specific ordinance of the city.
Okay, but in general?
In general, I have a working knowledge of dealing with state, federal regulations, ordinances, et
That's
cetera.
what I'm
So
looking- okay. Thank you.
regulatory issues.
Very
So-
much, thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Santos.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Quick, in here, I think I spoke to you
Yes.
before, way back, probably 2-3 years ago.
Yes.
And you expressed that you want to involve here in the city.
Yes.
And because of, your time elements and everything. And I know Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, asked that questions on how you're going to squeeze your time and everything. And it seems like you're really dedicated individual, and you keep your promise that you will get involved within 2 or 3 years. Again, I will ask that how you gonna allocate your time, especially your expertise and professionalism, sharing to the city of Beaumont.
So how am I going to allocate my time?
That's correct.
Okay. What I tell everyone is we all have the same amount of time in a week. We all have the same amount of hours. It's just how we plan to use them. So, like I said, I use my schedule extensively. If I know beforehand what the schedule for the planning commission would be, it's to me, it's a simple thing just to put it in my schedule and make myself available. So, there's lots of things that pop up, but my wife and I are just energetic people. We're very busy, and also we utilize friends to help. I'm not afraid to ask. So, but we really love this city, and we put a lot of our time and effort into volunteering here
Yeah.
in the city.
Very good. Nice to hear that you're sacrificing and everything for the city of Beaumont in here. Now, let me go on your really line of work and your profession on the healthcare.
Yes.
And probably you're aware that we need a good facility of more on the healthcare side than here, and probably 1 or 2 big hospital could come in and probably envision that on your side. How are you going to handle that? Being on the planning commission, advising the city and giving how.
Well, I know there are several large organizations, and I think the first one I would look for is is it a for-profit organization coming into the city or a nonprofit, more community-based organization? First, what could the healthcare organization do for the city? What it's going to do for the population? How it's going to alleviate the healthcare services that we have now? So I know the people at San Gregorio, they do a great job, but if someone has a traumatic injury, they've got to go 20 miles down or 25 miles to Desert Regional or to Loma Linda. So there's nothing really close. And I've faced that myself. My daughter was broke her leg. It was pretty grim, and I had to drive past San Gregorio because they couldn't treat her. They didn't have a pediatric specialist. So I think I would look, whatever organization came, how they filled the needs that we don't have here currently. That's what I would look at.
Very good. Thank you so much on that.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bedoya. Appreciate it. And I'd like to call up Mr. Castaldo. I have a few questions for you. When did you serve on the Planning Commission?
2004 to 2008.
Okay. And you were on council from
2010 to 2014.
Okay. So in your, this is a question I think a lot of people want to ask former planning commissioners. So seeing that you're the only one here, I'll ask you this. When people drive around Beaumont, and I'm sure you are the same as the rest of us, that you see something that you think could have been done better, or you're frustrated at the traffic, as we all are. Is there anything that you can point to that when you were on Planning Commission that you regret that it could have been done a better way? And I'm not saying that it was something that you voted in the favor of it, but just trying to get your perspective on where the city's come since you were on Planning Commission.
When I was on the Planning Commission, we were told this big fable that there would be a street going, and I can't even remember the street, but it would be actually going down First Street and would connect down with 60. That never happened. Never got rid of that congestion, although it was on the books in the general plan. And during that time I was on the Planning Commission, we did work on the general plan. We were fed a lot of uncertainties or information from staff at that time that I truly regret. But in my third and fourth years on the commission, I realized that the commission has their own mind. Yes, we had to conform to certain standards, regulations. There's also the individual property rights. But I was one of the first to stand up against the legacy project. I didn't believe that when it was going to be built, that we wouldn't see it, that there would be mounds there. Yes, I regret that. And the commission actually decided not to vote on it, and it got moved up to the council and let them worry about it. The traffic is really hard to say what causes that. As you know, my business is on California Street. I see so much traffic that isn't caused by Beaumont, by nothing. It's a shortcut to get from Hemet, San Jacinto. Beaumont is just a little stop or an inconvenience for many of these people that cause us problems. And they go, if they can't go up Beaumont Avenue, they'll go up California if they're going west. If they're going east, they'll go down First Street and cause problems there. And they don't even stop in Beaumont. There's got to be something that's changing there. I think what you guys have done, and it's great that you finally talked Caltrans into opening up Pennsylvania, because they only wanted it as a limited or on and off ramp there, and that's going to help. But a lot of times when it comes, especially the big projects, they've already figured out where the traffic's going to go, what is needed. The commission has to feel determined if it's right for the city. But going back, and I know a lot of people like to blame, it's always them or they built this. I don't know why they did it this way. We're they. You guys are they. You guys are them. We all take responsibility. One of the reasons I actually put my name in here is because I saw a Facebook posting. Well, here's your big chance. If you comment and you don't like what's happening in the city, get involved. I've always been involved. Some things I like, some things I don't. But there's 45,000 other people here. What I like or what I dislike, the whole majority may not like. I always looked out for the good of the city or what the people need. And what I really feel is if there's any vision that I would ever have or regret, I regret that we didn't approve enough that people can stay in Beaumont and not have to drive down to Redlands, not have to drive down to the lower desert or Orange County to buy what they want. They could get their products, they can fulfill their needs, enjoy their entertainment, have a great restaurant or a place to eat. I like the fact that we got a theater. That's great. It's not Harkins. It's not an AMC. It's a theater, and I'm happy, and I support it.
Thank you. So let me ask you one more question.
Sure.
You were on Planning Commission from '04, I think you said, till
04 to 08.
Okay. And at that time, were there 5 planning commissioners?
They experimented in the last 2 years of having 7.
Okay.
Wasn't a really great idea. I didn't think it was successful.
Okay.
It created more arguments.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Finn, you go ahead.
Dave, welcome. It's good to see you this evening. For information for the public, David and I served on the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency from 2016 to 2020. So Dave, what experience have you learned from serving on that board on how it can benefit you in serving as a better commissioner on this go-around for you?
What I did say, and I served several different capacities in this, it's a whole lot different looking out from your position or from the commission than it is looking in. It's easy to say, they shouldn't have approved this, they didn't do this. But there's certain California laws that we have to follow. Serving on the San Gorgonio Water Agency was an honor, and it was almost refreshing to deal in an agency that cared about the public. Whether when I served the city, and I hate to say this, but I will, there was more of an effort that concerned a small group of individuals that would benefit. When I was on the Pass Water Agency, I knew I was serving a bigger area, and we looked out for that area, and we made some very major changes that are going to affect this area for the good for the next 20 years. And I'm proud of that. And you and I, along with 5 other people, were on the forefront. And during those 4 years, I really believe on the agency, we got the most done in those 4 years than the previous 45 that the agency was existed.
All right, thank you, David.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank
you,
Mr. Castaldo.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Finn, do you have someone that you'd like to?
Yes, I've got questions for 2 other candidates. But
Okay.
First, I'd like to ask a question of Heather Uribe.
Hi, yes, I am driving, so I'm unable to use my video, but I have my audio connected.
Okay, thanks, Heather. So, Heather, I was a newbie to public service, and I had somebody take a chance on me and so forth. So, in seeing your experience there, I don't want to put you in a bad light at all when I say this, but there are other candidates that have more public service experience than you, but I know that we can learn from others. So, wanted to ask you a question. What experience do you have serving in a council or group where you work together for a common cause and purpose? And what's your experience from that, and what did you learn from that?
So I did serve on the board member for the Junior All-American Football and Cheer for Beaumont. I was served on that board for 6 years in various roles, but predominantly in the cheerleading portion of it. And I also currently serve as the president for the Beaumont Cheer Boosters Club. And so basically we fundraise and provide opportunities for families and athletes to do things outside of the school, to build monetary funds for the cheerleaders, to help them have a good season, good experience, provide opportunities for them to grow and bond together. And with that experience, I think I've learned a lot of how to listen to everyone's position, how to provide good communication and be very transparent in items or measures that we're trying to promote or things that we need to change. I'm a very, very strong, independent person, very vocal, and that's why I wanted to put myself out there for this position. I might not know how to do everything, but I surely know what things could be done. And one of the gentlemen shared earlier that he's a problem solver and enjoys solving problems, and I find myself in that same light. And I also am a problem solver. I like to see the community as a whole benefit rather than myself or my own interests. I like to take a look at the big picture and really put together things and bring awareness to what's going to work now and what's going to work in the future.
Very good. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Uribe? Okay. And Mr. Finn, who was the other candidate?
Yes, Mr. Michael Cannon.
Hi there.
Michael, you there?
Could you hear me?
Yes, we can. So I was trying to find it in my notes, and I can't find it on the agenda at the moment, but on your application, you wrote that you had some experience with the participation with the Riverside County with the 10 corridor. So it's certainly a traffic issue of ours, and wanted to find out what experience you have. Was it just being a member of the public, voicing opinion and staying in tune with things, or were you part of a committee for that? And then what's your experience, a little bit more in detail, and then how perhaps you could tie that into working as a commissioner?
All right, so my experience with it is relatively new. I was just appointed to the committee by Morongo to represent the tribe in the I-10 corridor with the city of Banning, Beaumont, the committee. So I've only attended one meeting at this point. My involvement is just beginning.
Okay, and then so then what I've got you here, then any other experience in terms of, similar to the question for Ms. Uribe about working with councils and so forth, and the experience that you can bring to the commission that maybe you didn't address before?
Okay, so I'm one of the founding members of the National Tribal Land Association. We have over 400 members. It addresses federal or issues on federal Indian land, whether it be from economic development to internal issues, but mostly development, planning, and realty related. I served on that committee or that board for about 8 years. While at the tribe, I am on multiple committees for internal transportation issues, economic development, commercial expansions. What I could bring to the committee would just be possibly fresh ideas from a different perspective.
Okay, I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Cannon? Mr. Laura?
Yeah, Mr. Cannon, as a member of the planning commission, I know that there are a number of skills that are required to be a good member.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
Michael, your
Sorry.
mic is on.
My apologies. Mr. Cannon, let me repeat that. As a member of the planning commission, there are a number of skills that are necessary to be a good commissioner. Can you give me your top three that you believe are the most important?
So in my current title, I review a lot of surveys. I do review plans for meeting federal regulations for recording purposes. My attention to detail is there, obviously, when I'm reviewing legal documents. And I think these combined definitely help make up the responsibilities of the planning commissioner.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Cannon, you brought up a couple times in your comments. One was, the idea of bringing new ideas and a new perspective. So often when we're looking at planning commissions, we often get input from prospective candidates regarding standards and designs, and I wanted to get your perspective on what you think about standards and designs, and hear your opinions on that.
If we are referring to standards and designs of architecture.
Yeah, the look and feel of the parts of the city.
I'm not sure if I understand.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all that I had. And Mr. Martinez, did you have anyone else you wanted to interview? Okay. Mr. Santos?
I'm good.
And Mr. Lara?
I'm good.
Okay. At this point, I think we'll go ahead and does anyone have any comments or discussion that we need to make before we move on to making our rankings? Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Once we have our rankings, we would be able to discuss amongst us at that point if we need to. We'll have that option.
I'm not sure how that would work.
It may not be necessary depending on the rankings, so let's just wait, I guess, and see what the numbers look like.
Okay.
And if it's
Okay.
something I'm concerned of, I'll bring it up at that time.
Okay, sounds good. So yes, I think we can have discussion after we've made the rankings. Okay.
And Mayor, for clarification, so the way that we've prescribed the process in our ordinance is that y'all can go through and make as many nominees as you would like, and then you go through a process to discuss and then to vote on those nominees. So in the order that you've nominated them.
So then we don't need to do, you're not suggesting that we follow the rankings at this point?
Right, so the rankings we had done before we had made that process adjustment. So you can go through that ranking process and determine who you may want to nominate, or you can go ahead and take nominations now for as many of the candidates as you would like to consider.
Okay. But we're only considering one position, correct?
Correct. So if council has 5 members that you would like to nominate, then every council person can nominate as many people for this position as you would like to. And then y'all can deliberate those and then vote on those in order that they've been presented.
I think that might satisfy what Mr. Martinez was asking. So I guess we're looking for nominations from council members. Is it necessary to get a second?
It is, yeah, no, it isn't. So you would take nominations and then you would take those in order. And so you could have a discussion and a vote, or presumably there'd be a motion to approve that nominee and
Okay,
it could be voted on, or if there's not a second, then it would fail for lack of a section. You move on to the next one.
Would you like me to read the ordinance that you adopted? It's pretty
Yes,
brief on
please.
this. It says, upon completion of applicant interviews, council members may nominate applicants to be appointed to the board or commission. Once all nominations are received, a vote will be taken for each nomination, beginning with the first applicant nominated. Council members may vote multiple times if there are multiple vacancies for the board or commission. If a nominee receives a majority vote from the quorum of the council, that nominee shall be appointed to the board or commission.
okay, great. Okay, I would like to start with nominating Michael Cannon. Mr. Lara, did you have any candidates you'd like to nominate?
Yeah, Eric Eustachian.
All right, Mr. Martinez? And Dr. Bedoya. Okay, and Mr. Finn?
David Castaldo.
Mr. Santos?
Dr. Bedoya.
Okay. So we have Dr. Bedoya, we have Eric Eustachian, Michael Cannon, and David Castaldo. And at this point, there's comments or discussion? All right. Go ahead.
Do you, can we ask questions of the candidates, or do we just discuss amongst ourselves?
No, I'm good with asking questions of the candidates. Everyone else okay with that? Okay.
I have a question for Dr. Bedoya.
Yes, sir.
Evening, doctor. Can you give me 3 skills that you feel would be critical to make up a good planning commissioner?
Open-mindedness, because you're going to be presented with multitudes of agendas, of wants, desires, so competing interests. So you should be open-minded to be ready to receive all that and then make a best decision for the city and its residents. The second would be fairness. So as this person, I mean, the decisions that you would be participating in are going to affect many, many people. So if you had a fair-mindedness, I felt like if people could predict how you would act, if they knew on the balance that the decisions you would make were fair and in the best interest of the city, then even if the decision that was made went against them, they still could accept the decision. And finally, humility, because once again, this is a position where the decisions you make are going to affect a lot of people. So if you take your self-interest out and you feel like, it's not about me, it's about the city. So the open-mindedness, the fairness, and humility, I think are the 3 things that you would need.
Thank you, doctor.
Yep. Any other questions? Thank you,
I don't
appreciate
think
it.
so. Thank you. Any follow-up questions?
Yeah, I have one for Mr. Cannon.
Okay. Mr. Cannon?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Cannon, I asked this from another candidate about the awareness and familiarity with our general plan in the city. Can you comment about your knowledge of our general plan, perhaps?
I do look at the general plan every so often to see for updates and changes. Particularly on the retail sectors where I've focused most of my attention.
And how could you comment on that general plan? Do you agree with the way that we've designed the city in the plan, or is there any comments on what you would do to improve or perhaps change?
Well, looking at the plan, I feel that too much attention is being focused south of the freeway where you have to deal with the three main accesses, plus the railroad. And that causes the traffic congestion. There's not too many opportunities for businesses on the north side. And whether that be from zoning or just no interest.
And how about your knowledge of ordinances, city ordinance, not necessarily ours, but just in general, ordinances, building codes and so forth? Do you have any experience with that by any chance?
I do not have any direct experience with the city ordinances. We have our own tribal ordinances that I do review, but those are not quite as comprehensive as the cities.
All right, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Penn.
Oh, it's on another candidate though.
Okay, so Mr. Ken, I had a question for you as well.
Yes.
You talked about your ideas, and I think you've written it in your response to some of these questions about the south side, and you brought that up when Mr. Martinez asked you those questions. So what do you envision could happen on the north side? So for example, the downtown, what we're calling the downtown area, 6th Street. Do you have any suggestions or input on that part of the town?
I would like to see an area in our downtown that is more walkable, that attracts people to want to come visit, stay a little while, spend a little money. The Craft Lounge, for example, has really brought in a decent amount of interest and traffic to friends that don't live here. And I would like to see more opportunities for such a nightlife or more cultural related activities.
Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Finn, you had someone you would like to ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Eustachian?
Yes, sir.
In your comments or in your application, you wrote that you had briefly served on an ad hoc committee that discussed fire safety in the city. Can you elaborate on that for a little bit?
Sure. I believe this ad hoc committee was put together to deliberate and bring forth some ideas on if and where a fire station would be appropriate to be built in the city. Interestingly enough, the group met, I think it was twice. We had a great presentation from the fire chief, had some very brief discussions, and then the ad hoc committee went away, as ad hoc committees do. They serve at the pleasure of the council, and the council felt that their input wasn't needed anymore. So that was that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, Mr. Eustachian, just for full disclosure and transparency to the public, you do have a spouse that works for the city, but you did state that you do not see any conflict. I just want you to restate that. You still believe that there is no conflict of interest?
That's right. My better half does work for the city of Beaumont. They're very lucky to have her, and I'm very proud of her, but I don't think this particular role would intersect with the role of the finance department at all.
Thank you for your, thank you.
Sure, Mr. Lara.
Mr. Eustachian, I've asked this a couple times. So what three skills do you feel that are important for a good planning commissioner?
I think transparency. In this day and age, people want to be involved in their government, and they want to know that their government is working for them. And so being very transparent in all actions is going to be very critical. Another key role is going to be clarity. I think clarity is huge. When you have a prospective business owner or even a resident who wants to move to the city of Beaumont, your land use, your zoning, your general plan, those are kind of unspoken contracts that you have with these entities. And so being very clear and concise in how you apply those is going to be very important. It can cost time, it can cost money if things are unclear, if people have to go back and redo plans. So I think having a clarity and just clarity of decision and clarity of zones and regulations is important. And then finally, the ability to build consensus. Everything's not an easy answer. There's not going to be a 5-0 vote every time. And so going along with building consensus is the ability to compromise. I think it's a truity that if nobody's 100% happy with the decision, because there was compromise, it was probably a good decision. Everybody gave up a little bit of something to get something to move forward that was in the best interests of the business or a resident or whatever the specific issue is.
Thank you very much.
Are we good? Okay, so at this point, let's begin with the we have the nominations. We'll begin with a roll call. I think the first one was Mr. Cannon, correct?
So, Mayor,
Yes.
so we were kind of working through and trying debating this. So this is the first time we've applied this process. So how we think it reads would be that you go down the list to determine how many council members would support the appointment of these nominees. A council person has one vote. So because we only have one position vacancy available. So you'll vote one time for your preferred. And should one of these nominees then receive a majority vote, then that person will wind up being the appointee to the position.
And if no one receives the majority vote?
Then you'll need to keep working through having deliberation and additional votes as needed till you get to finally a point of a person that has a majority.
Okay. Before we go there, let me make a comment. I think this has been, at least as long as I've been on council, one of the strongest groups of applicants that we've received. And I asked Mr. Castaldo earlier about the 5 to the 7 planning commissions. I think it's valuable to try and get involved as many people who come to us and want to serve the city. And I think that it could help to have more than 5 candidates. And I know with our ordinance that we can go to 7. I don't know the process for that, if we as a council agree to do that tonight, or do we need to bring that back? But I'd like to get some input as our attorney's looking up the ordinance numbers. I'd like to get some comment or input, what the rest of you think about the idea of possibly moving to 7. Any comments?
Go ahead.
Well, so I'm not too supportive up front. I'd have to be convinced otherwise, and maybe those that have sitting on other boards can give me more information on that. I know as you get bigger, you have more discussion, so that's a positive, more different views, but then it also can be cumbersome, I think. If the original idea was quorum, because I read Mr. Getka's comment about having quorum issues and so forth and having to cancel meetings. I don't know if that had to do with quorum or what, but that can be easily addressed by going back to the commissioner and reaffirming that they can commit to the job that they have, because we can always reappoint if we need to, if someone's not serving because it's not working out, So if it's a quorum issue, then I think 5 is fine. We just need to address that problem with those commissioners if that's a problem, if that's an issue. But I think 5 works well, and I don't know how 7 would work, so I just want more convincing, and maybe someone, like I said, we have all sitting on commissions. RCA is 12, 15, 17 people. We know how that goes. So it just seems odd that you would have a 7 where you have a 5-member council and you have a 7-member commission. I'm not sure. But
Okay, Mr. Penn?
Yes, a question for council or staff to answer this. If we had alternates, would those alternates attend the meetings and just not voice their opinion or vote, or could they voice their opinion but not vote? What would their level of involvement be?
Yeah, typically you want your extra members to attend regularly and observe those meetings so that they're up to speed on the issues at hand for the community, and they're as indoctrinated into the commission as it possibly can be, and then they're there to be able to step in should you have a quorum-related issue. So there would be an expectation that they're there and they're attending, and that they're engaged, throughout the process of their appointment.
Okay, and then if we had lack of a quorum, but we had two alternates there, then they would be able to vote?
Yes, then your first alternate then would step in and they would then take the seat so you could ensure you have a quorum moving forward.
Okay.
Any other comments from council? Sure, Mr. Lara.
You know, I had thought about the seven, going to seven as well, and when you have as many qualified, as you indicate, as many qualified candidates as we have this evening, and to get that involvement. I understand Mayor Pro Tem Martinez's concerns in regards to having that large of a planning commission. However, there is that concern as far as a quorum. But I'm curious, Mr. Castaldo had a concern or mentioned the fact that the seven didn't work when back in, it was 2008, I believe. But this is to finish out a term. Looks like the term will be ended in December of 22. Is it possible to do 7 to finish out the term, or once you do 7, you can never go back to 5? If it becomes too bureaucratic, or if it becomes too bogged down, is that a change that we can make? That's a question I have, I guess.
So, Mr. Pinckney, and I'd also like, Mr. Pardon, I'd like to get your input on what we're talking about. But Mr. Pinckney, if we did go to 7, I think the ordinance says that 1 would be filling out the term we're looking at tonight, which is a 1-year term. And then with the additional planning commissioners, you'd have 1 on a 2-year term and the other 1 on a 4-year term. Is that correct?
I think the issue of whether you want to expand from 5 to 7 is an item that you should set for a future agenda, because the issue tonight is appointment of the planning commission.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments? Sure.
And of course, I would definitely suggest that we have the comments from the Planning Commission currently about expanding, to hear what they think and how they think it would work.
Okay, and in regards to alternates, is that something we can do tonight as well, or not? Mr. Pinckney?
I'm trying to remember how we've dealt with that in the past. I think in the past, what we've done is when we've had a certain number of positions, we filled those positions and then we appointed alternates, because you're not actually filling those positions. You're just setting people up to step into the positions if they become vacant. So I think we have done that during the appointment process.
In doing that, though, the alternates, I think, David, you brought this up, and there was a comment from Todd on that. So the alternates would only fill in if there was a permanent departure from one of the planning commissioners, or if they could fill in on a monthly basis, or how would that work?
If there was a regular member who was absent for any reason at any meeting, then your alternate could step in and fill that slot. So you would always have 5 voting members there, theoretically, if your alternates were there.
Okay.
So the purpose of those is to make sure that you always have those 5 members. It's kind of that insurance policy to be there to vote.
Okay, and what would the terms of the alternates be?
Typically, they run concurrently with your regular terms. So, and you'd probably want to stagger those. So if you have 2 alternates, you'd want to have 1 that would be appointed, and then, so you'd have then that stagger, then reappoint. So you don't want to keep reappointing the alternates at the same.
So there'd be 1 2-year term and 1 4-year term?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
May I comment again, Mayor?
Yes, please.
So the concern I have with alternates being voting members is the fact that you end up making the commission a 7-person commission, really, because they all have power and authority. So instead of having a consistent 5-member planning commission, you have 7 people, and it just happens to depend on the makeup that day of who's there, depending on what happens. So it can lead to issues, I believe, with discussions abroad between members, between contractors, whatever, because you just never know who's gonna be there and who's not, and I think it sets up, I don't think it sets up a consistency myself. I really would caution that.
Okay, so there seems to be some, not a consensus on the alternates, and we can't do the 7 tonight. So I would suggest that we bring back an item to discuss that, just for discussion on alternates and planning commission expansion. And at this point, we'll move forward with the nominating process. So again, how do you expect us to do this? We just mentioned, I mean, it sounded like you first want to know who would support who, and then is that actually our vote? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, so you'll go down the list and you'll say, so we have first nominee X, and then take a vote. And if that individual then has a quorum of council or majority of council, at least 3, then that person will then be deemed to be appointed, because you each have 1 vote.
Okay. Okay. So we'll start with the first nominee.
First nominee is Michael Cannon, and I'll go through roll call.
Yes, please.
And you'll tell me yes or no. Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
No.
Councilmember Fenn,
No. Sorry, no.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
No.
Mayor White.
Yes.
Okay. Next candidate is Eric Eustachian. Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
No.
Councilmember Fenn,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
No.
Mayor White.
Yes.
No, so each person has.
They only have 1 vote? Okay.
Okay.
So our yes votes are done, is that what you're saying?
Correct. So we have 2 yes votes for Mr. Cannon so far, and then 1 yes vote for Mr. Eustachian.
Who was
So,
the yes vote for Mr. Eustachian?
Was
Mr. Lara.
Mr.
But I had a yes for
He had a
Ken,
yes
so I
for Mr. Cannon.
my
Okay.
apologies.
Okay, so there are no yes votes then for Mr. Eustachian.
Okay. We're learning.
We came up with a really simple process.
Who came up with this process?
It's gotta go complicated than you.
The council came up with this process. It's sort of like, think of it like a jury deliberation, right? You're sort of going through this process, and you probably aren't going to get to, you may not get to majority the first time around, and then you'll have a discussion, you'll work through it until you come up with somebody that you all support.
Okay. All right, so next candidate, and that would only
So
be-
should I call the roll for those that have not voted, or just go ahead and call everybody? For
I would
clarity.
just do for those who have not voted.
Okay, so far that would be Santos. Sorry, I wasn't notating this way.
It'd be Mr. Santos, Mr. Martinez, and Mr. Finn.
Mr. Fenn, okay. All right, so I have Mr. Bedoya, Councilmember Santos,
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Okay,
So does that
And-
mean we continue?
Yes, you
Well, I'll
take
make
a
it
vote?
simple. My vote yes is going to be for Castaldo,
Okay.
and that would be the only one for him.
so we
So-
have 2 votes for Cannon and 2 votes for Bedoya at this point.
And 1 vote for Castaldo.
1 vote for Castaldo, yes.
So now I think you can deliberate and decide, do you want to keep these 4 names in? Do you want to eliminate nominations, or do you want to go back and revote again?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I can propose something, since my candidate doesn't look like he's going to be nominated, I'd like to put support behind Mr. Bedoya.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion? So we need to vote again on the candidates as well?
Well, unless anybody else is changing their votes, Mr. Bedoya would have a majority with 3 votes. So
Okay.
he's got Santos, Martinez, and Mr. Fenn.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're done. Congratulations, Dr. Bedoya.
Thank you.
And I want to thank the
Thank
rest of the candidates, and please don't be a stranger. We had some really good applicants, and we'd like to see you back in the future. Thank you.
So Mayor, question. So do I understand that y'all want to bring a discussion point back to discuss potential adjustments to the planning commission
Yes.
makeup? And so
Yeah.
do you want us to keep the current applicants current to bring back should you decide to add?
If we can,
Okay.
if that approach is okay. I don't know if we have to go back out for new applicants. We don't need to. Okay.
Yeah. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can we ask that based on Mayor Pro Tem Martinez's request, that we have the planning commission meet before we make that decision and get their recommendation first?
Okay.
And then then we'll have their information, their input, and then it will help us to make a better decision.
Okay. Sounds good. Everyone good with that?
Sure. Very good.
All right. Thank you.
Do you want to relook at the process?
What's that?
Yeah, we might be looking at the process too. We might put that in there too.
Yeah, why don't you add that to the item? We'll review our nominating process. After we've been through it once, we may have some input.
It worked pretty well, though. I mean, at the end of the day.
After those shots, maybe.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, presentation, update of the police station feasibility study and direction from City Council. And we have a staff report from Christine Day.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a update on the police station feasibility study. This is a feasibility study that the council commissioned as part of your capital improvement project with the end goal of understanding what the ultimate needs of the police station would be for build out as well as probable construction costs so that the council can work through financials in the future. This is an update presentation just to get the council buy-off on where we're at as we move into the next phase of the study. Just to give you an idea of what we've done to date, we have done all the data collection in July. That included the consultant looking over the current organizational chart and understanding how the police department was made up. From there, in July and August, they sent out questionnaires to 35 different divisions within the police department. The intent of that was to gather the information so that they could understand the relationship structure as we move into putting together a floor plan for your future police station. With that, they did meet with all of the staff. They conducted 2 days of interviews with both the management staff as well as the support staff in the police department to talk to everyone from dispatchers to understand what works and what doesn't work, their wishes, lieutenants, detectives, all of those different levels of staff within the police department. With that, they were able to gather and put together a space needs assessment by population growth. So we are looking at what is the space that we need today in 2022 for a functional police station, as well as where are we going in 2030 and then at our ultimate build out in 2040. We are using the same growth factors that you are using across the city in all of your projections so that we have consistency across the city. And then from there, staff went on facility tours. It was really important to see some of the facilities that these architects as well as other architects have built for recent police station needs. They were able to look at facilities in Northern California, Portland, Oregon area, as well as the Phoenix, Arizona area. Attached is the space needs assessment study. And it is attached to your, just to call out a couple of things to you in that study so that we don't have to go through it all, and then we'll talk about what the next step is. So the study itself actually evaluated the existing police station. they are severely out of space in the police station. And that current building cannot really be modified for a future police station. So as we look at what they need today, they've really put it as many Band-Aids as they really can and restructured space as much as they can, but they are functionally out of space for all of the initiatives and different ways that policing are happening today versus maybe the way that they were when the original facility was built. And so part of your study does show the existing conditions evaluation. We didn't spend a ton of time looking at the building that is over there because, again, it is functionally out of space and really the site is functionally out of space. So there's nowhere really to expand unless we were to, buy up additional property around. And we haven't looked at that because several years ago in 2018, the city was deeded land next to the new fire station across town. And that is a space that the police department has always planned to move to with this site. That site is roughly around 4.8 acres. If you go through the study that was included from the consultant, we need anywhere from 4.47 to 5.4 acres, essentially to build to ultimate build out. That can fluctuate a little bit. There are some ways that we talk about in the study that we can capitalize on that land. So we can look at things like parking structures, and albeit that they're a little bit more expensive, it may be cheaper than gathering more land, but it also may add some functional longevity to police department vehicles and things that they can do inside the parking structure. And so your final plan will give you some options as we move forward. Again, we looked at space needs and staffing for each of those population thresholds. It was important to notice that while we saw some increase in staff somewhere in the, probably 30% range, we didn't dial down on that overly because at this point, the overall square footage difference was only about 4,000 in the main building. And so between what you need today and what you need for the future, it's really about 4,000 square feet. Now they are proposing, and this is something that you'll see in the final plan, some support structure building. So today the police station leaves town to do all their firearms training. So we are reserving space in the new layout for a firearms building as well. And so what we're calling the support building is going to be roughly between 8,000 and 9,000 square feet. So the total building needs at build out in 2040, we're looking at about 49,000 square feet total. And so our next steps at this point, if council feels comfortable today with the numbers and where we are, as we move into a floor plan design, the building elevations for the council to look at. The floor plan will take the space needs assessment and the staffing model, and they'll start looking at adjacencies. And so how different divisions within the police department need to work with each other, what makes sense, how we get folks in and out. They have looked at some meeting space for some of their community policing programs, how that looks, how you get to those spaces so you're not walking all the way through the police station. All of those things will come together as part of this floor plan development. From there, once we have that, and once we have the building elevations, then we'll move into the probable construction cost estimates. We have noted in a couple of other items and other projects recently that construction costs are really elevated right now. So we have talked to the consultant about that. We've talked to the consultant about kind of what the timing of that may look like. So if you went into construction, say in 2 years and costs are really elevated, will they still be elevated in 5 years once we can really fund this? Obviously, none of us have the crystal ball, but today in talking with the consultant a little bit, we don't anticipate that we're going to see huge relief in that construction market anytime soon. And certainly with the influx of any federal dollars for building, we anticipate that these numbers stay elevated for some amount of time. So when we bring that back to you and we program this into the CIP, we will work for, what that looks like with, consumer price index, escalators on it in the CIP. But once we have those, then we'll be able to bring a final report back to council for council to bless. And from there, you'll be able to start working on what is the method of financing. And once you decide that, then really how long is it before you could potentially build a police station? But this will be so we've done the preliminary work. We're looking for council's, ultimate sign off on what's been done to date so we can move into the floor plan development and any construction cost estimates. I would anticipate that we would bring this back to council probably no later than May, and you'll be able to see much more updated numbers in your adoption of the CIP moving forward. If you'll remember, we have this as a future item. We slated about $40 million for the police station, and we put it out in the future years because until we finished the study and had good cost estimates, we weren't ready to move it into any functional year to build. That's my report this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions. The chief is also available if you have any questions, as well as Mr. Hart. He has worked with the consultant in evaluating the site design and all of the items that are needed from bringing utilities in and helping support this. So it's been a multi-department effort in getting to the best numbers that we can in order to finish the study up and get it into the CIP so that hopefully we can get to a new building for the police department.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Let me double check. No written comments for this item. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, any comments or questions from council? Just a comment. Sure, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so I'm very pleased with the inclusion of the PD on the feedback. All too much, I see facilities put up without any stakeholder input. So I really was glad to see that. It was interesting that we looked at Northern California and Arizona for design. And I was just kind of curious on that approach. Nothing.
And so we really looked at those facilities up in Northern California and over into Arizona because they were the newest facilities that were built with the most recent policing efforts. And so, as you know, you've been on council for quite some time, and the police chief can probably speak to this way better than I can. But policing has changed, and with that change comes the change in the need for the way the police station would operate and how departments would function together. But they looked at those particular facilities were because they were the newest constructed. They were able to meet with the staff about what worked well, what didn't work well, and things that they would change so that we hope to avoid any of those items as we move into designing our facility.
Very well. And then my last question is, so just remind me, are we using a staggered approach when it comes to looking at the total project? Is it better to look at the whole project and say, this is everything we want, that we would need? Or is it because of the build out now and then in 10 years, 15 years, better to kind of stagger it? As construction costs keep going up and up, I'm not sure if it's a better approach to try to get maximum now or doing kind of like a phased approach.
So those are the options that we will show you in the final plan. So we will look at both. You will be able to build the shell of a building if you want. You could plan for an add-on. With this few square feet, the chief and I have talked about, it just would make as much sense to build that extra 4,000 square feet today and shell space it. And you may even put up a fake wall because we know how space gets eaten up in all facilities. Typically, if there's empty space, it's like real estate, and people capitalize on that, and all of a sudden, it's not meant for what the growth is. But we would bring that to you. That would definitely be a council decision. The support building is also a decision point, and the chief and I have talked about this as well, where, it makes sense to build it if we can afford it, for sure, because there is a definite benefit to his officers not having to leave the actual area to go and do firearms training, where they could do it here. We would pay less, we wouldn't have to pay travel time, those types of things. But those are the things that once we get all of the cost estimates back, that we'll bring to the council, and the council will get to make some of those decisions. And the chief at that time can walk you through, the pros and cons of doing it or not doing it, once we get all the costs in.
Perfect. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments? So Ms. Day, I have a couple questions for you. So you mentioned that this was I think you said at one point, the number 40 million was the number that I think we've heard in the past. Are you still confident that it's in that range?
I am, based on square footage costs today. The original number, when I assigned that number, was based on doing a very similar facility in a previous city. Construction costs have gone up. I did elevate it when I put the number in a couple of years ago when we did the CIP. If construction costs still end up going up and up and up, we'll need to add the multiplier on there to make sure that if you are selling bonds or doing, however we choose to do the financing, that we do have adequate funds to get through construction.
But I'll tell you, Mayor, from my perspective, I'm not sure 40 billion is going to cut it, because that's only basically $100 a foot for this building. And when you look at the technology and you look at some of the security parameters, you could be much further north than 40 million.
Okay. And so my follow-up question to that is, can you give me a time frame on where we are on the adjacent fire station? Just an idea of where we are at this point?
Yes.
Yeah, let me just clarify, Mr. Pardon, that's $800 a square foot?
Oh, thank you. That sounds adequate.
I mean, it's like, I would never propose something at $100 a square foot. I don't think we could do residential housing for that
Oh,
amount.
that's right. That'd be about 400,000, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Oh.
sir. And that would be a great deal for this police station.
Yeah, let's do that
If
one.
we could get it. The adjacent fire station is actually out to bid, and Mr. Hart, when are those due back?
I believe we're due back in the first week of March, so we're looking at March 7th or 8th. We've gotten approval of the DBES, the environmentals. IS has been prepared, so you'll be seeing that for adoption here soon. So we would look to assess the bids, complete some environmental permitting, and hopefully bring back a contract for award. April is probably what we're targeting, somewhere around there.
Okay, and Ms. Day, the dollar amount that we have on the CIP for the fire station, can you refresh my memory on that?
It is roughly about 8.5 million, if I remember correctly, and we're keeping our fingers crossed.
And again, just for information, at this point, do we have the funding set aside for the fire station of $8.5 million? Let me rephrase that, not necessarily set aside, but do we have a plan to fund the $8.5 million?
Yes, we do. That funding is in place and ready to go to award that contract.
Okay, and do we have plan for the 40 million?
We do not at this point.
Okay, and are we going to have the fire station completed before we start construction on the police station?
I would anticipate the answer to that would be yes, but I would assume that it would depend on our funding source for the police station, once identified.
Okay, and so here's where I'm getting, and maybe you can cut a number of my questions out. What we have right now for a police station, I believe, is significantly under what we need. And I'm trying to get an idea time-wise of when we could actually start talking about moving to a new police station. And at this point, I think the fire station, we've been talking about that since at least 2018, I believe, maybe even earlier than that. So we're 4 years along on that, probably another year I might be very optimistic with another year. But at this point, what are we going to do in the meantime until we are able to fund and build and construct a new police station?
In terms of police operations and how they'll continue to operate, is that the question?
In the context that I believe we do not have a police station that really can. Maybe I should ask the chief this. Chief.
Yes.
Could you come up here and sort of help me go where I'm going with this? So right now, it looks to me like the plan is to build a new police station.
Correct.
But what do we do in the meantime? I mean, if it is 8 to 10 years before we're actually moving into a new police station, what improvements would you recommend, or are you satisfied with what we have over across the street for the next 8 to 10 years?
Yeah, no, so it's an inadequate building.
That's the word I was looking for, thank you.
And so, for example, we've put lockers in the female locker room that just because of our growth and our diversification, we wouldn't be able to hire any more female officers. I have nowhere to put them. I have nowhere to put officers who don't identify as male or female. We don't have locker space for males or parking spaces anymore. We have significant breaches into the police department parking lot because it's a 6-foot fence around it. So that building is, it's the only ugly spot of our operations in the police department.
And I noticed on the picture here, it's referred to as the modular addition. That's existing, correct? That's not.
The triple wide modular, right? It's been renovated a couple times already it's a modular. So the elements really beat on that building as well. It doesn't connect properly to the existing structure, but the way the doors flow and any escape for earthquake or a fire we're going to be going out windows. So to wait the 8 to 10 years, the city's going to have to invest in another building somewhere so that we just split our operations, which is never ideal, but we got to keep the doors open for business.
Okay. And I don't know who might be able to answer this question, Ms. Day or Mr. Pardon or Chief. Can we design a plan that's going to get us through that 8 to 10 years? I mean, are we just, at this point, are we just waiting until we have the new station and we're going to live with what we have?
Well, I think, so in some communities, they will look to lease vacant retail space, right? So if there's a vacant storefront, they can go lease that and they can retrofit that for a period of time, either lease or purchase. In our case, we really don't have vacant buildings in Beaumont that would really accommodate that. So you're talking about trying to acquire additional property and construct a temporary facility. And so by the time I think you get through design, plan, environmental, MSHCP fees, and the rest of it, you're spending a lot of money and a lot of time to do that. So you're probably still several years out even on that process. So I think the best option really would be to say, okay, what is it, because you've got land today, after you construct the fire station out there, you're going to have the roadways and the core utilities. So you'll basically have a site that's ready for development for the police station. So you'll do environmental once, you'll go through that process. We've run some debt service if you were to try to bond and issue debt to construct 40 to 45 million, you're going to need about 2.5 to 3 million of debt service a year obligations to meet to accommodate that over a 30-year note, for example. So, you know, and kind of looking at the numbers and looking at trying to build a building, you know, you're going to spend 10 million, 8 to 10 million minimum to do a temporary facility. And I just don't know time-wise and financially, that's going to really impact your ability to build the ultimate facility that you really need to try to get there. So,
In your vision, what is the plan once we move into the new police station? What happens to the police station across the street?
I would envision that this building gets demoed, and that you would look at it for parking or for space for maybe some sort of future construction. The building, there's some structural issues with the building. It's sinking. You know, there's issues with the utilities. We've had to address some concerns with the plumbing and the sewage, you know, that comes out. So there's a lot of structural and functional issues in that building today, even in the core structure that's there.
So I know right now that the location of the police station in reference to where our city has grown, it's really not in the best central location for that. And then I think when we move over to the new police station and we abandon this police station, we now won't have a presence in this area, in the downtown area, or the.
Well, so not directly in the downtown, but by that time, the plan is to take the police annex, put a little bit of money in that to, you know, get a lobby, a secured area for the officers to be in the back, staff it, and then service it actually as a full-service marquee police substation, a community substation out of Part D. So that put us at 8th and Highland Springs, and that's pretty good. You know, when you look at that part of Beaumont, we're within walking distance or transit locality for a lot of our indigenous residents.
Is there an opportunity to expand that now to help fill some of the needs you have? And
so
I mean, I know it's a small lot and a small building. But...
Yeah. So right now we're running probably 8 or 9 people out of there. We can't service the public out of there. Our mental health clinician, our EMD, our community policing, our canines, and traffic will be out of there. So we've already started doing, it would be like bunk beds basically, right? So we're just putting cluster cubicles wherever we can to fill that space.
And I promise this is my last question, but the reason I'm going in this direction is, or asking you about the annex building is, if we were able to expand that at this point, as opposed to getting a whole new property and a whole new building, and put that into the plan to complement the future police department, I just thought that might be a way to meet some of the needs that are going to rise through the next 8 to 10 years.
You know, then the construction part's not my expertise, but there is not room in there for locker rooms. There's 1 bathroom. So we have some of the same needs, or some of the, I would say, the concerns that we have in the main building. Security is a major concern, so we don't leave marked units there overnight. We've taken some steps to help secure it and put cameras and barred windows, but to run it as a precinct, that would be very difficult right now. I think it's gonna be served, and we're in the new PD, just to have a presence in the more historic part of Beaumont.
Okay. Mr. Finn, you had a question?
Yes, quick question. So is there any possible use for the building that the city owns at Veely and 8th Street? I know it's being leased to a church, but if that lease were terminated for any reason, could that building be utilized in that transition period?
I don't think that building's bigger than the current PD.
For example, we could use that as an additional satellite location to get by until the new police station is done.
Right, so between the three locations, certainly, we won't turn down space. As Ms. Day said, we are critically out of space to truly, when you think of a police station, it's not designed as a place of comfort for the staff. That's not how to look at it. It's about creating efficiency and flow to serve the community, right, the public. There is no flow for patrol, for records, for evidence. There's no flow. There's no, I have evidence in many different secured locations. It's ideally to get it best in one, which, you know, as Ms. Day mentioned, the 8,000 or 9,000 square foot outbuilding, it's much more than a shooting lanes. It's going to solve all those problems. But to answer this question, if the council and the city manager felt that that could be repurposed, it could help, certainly, or it would help, certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Pardon, it looked like you wanted to comment, or are you good to go?
Well, I was just going to say that on the existing PD Annex building, there literally is no space on that property to expand the footprint of the building.
Right.
So what Chief was referring to would be some interior renovations that you would do,
Correct.
which you're going to lose internal operation space when you do that, when you have that security. So you're actually going to have to lose some square footage in order to make the building adjustments that we were discussing a little earlier.
Okay. Thank you. So from us, we need a motion on approving the space needs assessment draft.
Yeah, I'll make a motion on the approval of the draft space needs assessment as presented.
I'll second that.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 10, I believe we're on, right?
8. Yeah, I wish, number 10.
I think it's just 8. I understand, Mr. Lara. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break? I think, I know I need one, so 5 to 10-minute break. We'll try and come back at 8:30, okay? What's that?
You're welcome.
Is he on?
Not yet. Okay, great. So we come back and we'll start on item number 8, which is approve the purchase and installation of mobile view camera system on 18 public transportation buses not to exceed $110,000. And Mr. Story, we have a report from you.
Yes, Mayor, City Council, thank you very much. Before you tonight, I have the purchase of 18 camera systems that are going to go on the remaining three of our buses.
There you go.
Hang on, I think we lost you for a second there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, go ahead and we'll see if
Am I
it
back? I'll
works.
start over.
Okay.
We currently have the mobile view camera system operating on 3 of our buses. We've been using that for
Doug, Mr. Story, we're having problems still.
Your microphone.
Doug, we heard your first sentence, but you're mute. But you're quiet now.
Christine, could you help test the audio for me since you're there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can do this. Let me pull this up. I can help Doug out just so we can move it along. Maybe that'll encourage his camera to work as well. So I'll probably get it wrong. This is an existing camera system that the staff has tried out. It worked very well for the transit division. The remaining buses are what we're looking at outfitting. This is a sole source purchase. It would be in an amount not to exceed $110,000. All of our new buses have come equipped with this as well. And so we're looking for city council approval to purchase this system to outfit the remaining fleet. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Can we just try Mr. Doug again, see if he's still there? Let's see if that's, because he has the next item too, so I thought we'd.
Here we go. I switched over to my phone. Is that better?
Much better.
Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you.
There we go. I will go to the phone. Forget the computer.
Okay.
I thought you did a great job, Christine, from the half that I heard. So I'm sorry about that, guys.
No problem. So do we have any public comments on item number 8?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, so are there any questions or comments for council discussion? Not seeing any. I'll accept a motion.
Mayor, I'll
on
make a
this.
motion to approve the purchase of the mobile view camera system in the amount not to exceed $110,000 as part of capital improvement project CIP T-08 and authorize city staff to issue a purchase order for the procurement and installation of camera systems on 18 Beaumont transit buses.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
Nope.
Did you say Mayor Laura?
He said Mayor Laura.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Your
what I heard.
names are right below each other. I'm sorry, Mayor White.
On the last item, that's why I was a little, I didn't respond quickly. So I was wondering if something happened that I didn't know about.
I'll vote again if necessary, sir.
Okay, we'll go on to item number 9, Transit Capital Improvement Project Update. Staff report, Doug Story.
All right, there you go. So this is a receive and file, an update on all the things that are going in terms of the capital improvement projects for our transit department. So I'll go through these real quick and just kind of talk about where we are and what the progress is for each of these items. Our first item is our electric shuttles, which is capital improvement project T-01. These are the 2 electric shuttles that we received this last year in 2021. They're electric buses. We are using them currently right now for our Dial-A-Ride program. This was part of a Volkswagen mitigation grant that we received the money for to receive these vehicles. And as part of this grant, we have to dispose of 2 of our gas guzzling vehicles. And so we have done that. In this process, we were just finalizing the destruction and the decommissioning paperwork for those buses, and that should be all finalized. A couple of you came out to our ribbon cutting at the Walmart bus stop, and you guys were able to ride on those electric buses, so they're in operation right now. Our second project in the CIP is T-02. This is the Fleet Maintenance and Operations Facility. Currently, our fleet maintenance operate off of a building, the very, very, very old building on California, and this is for a future location for them. This is the land that was purchased by the city on the corner of Ely and 4th Street. Was for the construction of the CNG fuel station, our vehicle maintenance facility, public works operations facility, and then also future expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. Did I cut out again?
For just a second.
Oh my goodness. Someone does not want me speaking tonight. I'm sorry, guys. We'll keep going. I'll get as fast as I can so I can turn all these devices off. I'm sorry about that. The CNG fueling station, we are currently working with SoCal Gas on an agreement to design and build the CNG fuel station. And so we're scheduled to meet with SoCal Gas in the next few weeks to continue that conversation. That's funded through RCTC and the Carl Moyer grant as well. So those are coming along with that. We're also working with an agreement with Waste Management for the construction to help with the construction of the CNG fuel station and the admin building that goes with it as well. So those conversations continue to happen with those entities. CIP T03, this was the bus stop rehabilitation. So we identified 2 locations. That first location was our Walmart bus stop location, and that project has completed. And we had the ribbon cutting out there for that one. The second location that we have identified is a rehabilitation of the bus stop on California Avenue, right at the Beaumont Library. And so right now, city staff is designing that construction and getting those details together. And so we will be putting that out to future bid. And that's where the remaining $67,000 is going to be used to fund that rehabilitation of that bus stop out there. Our T04 is the project that we use for any items and maintenance concerns that come up at our current facility for our fleet maintenance. And so we've used that to purchase new computers and run some different wiring out there. Our next upgrade that we're going to be doing is upgrading some of the concrete so that we can buy mobile lifts for the mechanics so that we can continue to work on some of our vehicles and being able to lift them. So we're going to be doing a concrete project out there. T05 was our brand logo update. That's been designed and implemented. All of our new buses have our new logos, and they've all been wrapped. We do have some remaining funds in this CIP and this project, and so we're going to be reprogramming those to include updating some of our current bus stops with new schedule holders, some new benches, and new amenities for the passengers. So we'll be addressing that in next year's SRTP and then fiscal year 2023, and so we'll reallocate those funds accordingly for T05. Shop tools is our CIP for T06, and some of our sometimes our mechanics need specific tools, and so we use this as an opportunity to buy some of that. We bought a wheel balancer. We had to do some new impact wrench and some air compression stuff. So for them, and so this is our fund that we've been using to buy those specialty tools that they need to complete their work. T07 was the item that I brought to council back in October, where we purchased 2 32-foot Easy Rider CNG buses. Those have been purchased, and we're going to be waiting for delivery on that. The wait is probably about 10 months is what we were expecting. And so we're just in the waiting phase right now, and that we'll get those two buses out to us as soon as possible. T08 was what Christine stepped in for me on. Thank you very much, and helped get approved just a couple minutes ago, but that's the mobile view. That's going to be offering the cameras in all of our buses, and will give us some safety and some security for our buses, and that system's going to be going in. So thank you for that one. The TripMaster is our CIP project T09. It's a paratransit software. And this is a software that we use in-house that we purchased that helps us do the scheduling for our dial-a-ride when individuals call in to schedule different pickups and drop-offs that they need, either at their house or a medical facility or wherever they may be going. This is a cloud software that we use to handle that program. And it's very helpful to our staff. All of our drivers have access to it, and us in the office as well. So it's been a great purchase. We did purchase that, and we are using it right now. We have a little bit of funding left in that, but we're going to reallocate that in next year's SRTP and get rid of that remaining balance that's in CIP T09. The mobile lifts are, once we finish that concrete project, those will be purchased so that we can be lifting some of the vehicles. This is going to give us an extra bay area for our mechanics to work in underneath the lift. And it's also going to be a mobile system that we can move indoors or outdoors if we need it. And so we're looking forward to that. So once the concrete is poured and that's repaired, then we will be able to have a place to operate those mobile lifts. So I think that's it as far as all of our things. I hope you heard most of those, and I hope you guys were able to catch most of that, Mayor.
Yes, I think it was very complete. We got
right.
everything. So
All right, thank you, sir. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask.
All right, any questions, comments?
Check public comment first.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments.
Okay.
Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
All right, any questions or comments from council?
I have two, sir.
Okay. Hope they're better than your last comment.
Real quick, Doug. Has the new bus stop at Walmart, has that been landscaped or re-landscaped yet?
So we have we are finishing up the landscape on there, and the last thing we're waiting for as well is we purchased some banners and some posters that need to go in those. And so those are the last things that need to go into those as well. So we've been working with Walmart. We've had a few hiccups getting their permission to do a couple of things out there, but yeah.
Fantastic.
We've got that.
And last question is, the new lifts that you're purchasing under item T10, we'll be able to repurpose those over in the new maintenance facility, is that correct?
Yes, we will. And that was one of the reasons that is one of the reasons we wanted to go with the mobile lifts, because they are able to be repurposed to the new facility. So we're hoping the new facility will have plenty of lifts for us, but having a backup mobile lift isn't going to be a bad thing for us at all.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Story.
Sure.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick, comment in here. Hey, Doug, this is a great report in here from T1 to T10. I'd just like to, probably suggest or comment in here regarding our flag. I haven't noticed, our flag on the outside the buses or transit we have. I don't know what do we have a flag inside our transit. Do we have some, Doug? I'm just suggesting that. I mean, if we could, install our U.S. flag, that would be great. I mean, that would be part of the budget. That would be a big budget for you to crank.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Santos. Okay.
Anything else?
Very good, Doug. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Story, I had a question for you.
Yes.
Regarding the CNG fueling station.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So that's got a different number. It's a CIP number, right? The 2019-0004?
Yes.
Okay. So, my concern with that, or I guess what I'd like to know a little bit more, we've been, that has been on our CIP for several years. I would, if the numbering references the year that it was put on the CIP. And at this point, the update says that been working on an agreement with SoCal, and then also started discussion of a potential land lease arrangement with Waste Management.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that we'd be further along with that than in design discussion and discussion on a land lease. Was there something that was holding that project up from moving forward sooner?
Doug, I can take this for you.
Yeah, go ahead, Christine.
So, Mayor, we have been working with SoCal Gas for a couple of years. I reached out last week and thank you for reaching out to our liaison. He touched base with me yesterday and our contact has since touched base with me today. What we were waiting for with SoCal Gas is for them to give us what the capital cost would look like. And then those costs would essentially be transitioned over to what the rate would be. And so we've brought in finance as well as the city manager into these conversations. Once we can work all of that out, the agreement has already been through the legal department to look at, and as well as the waste management. And we really can't finish up waste management's land lease until we know what the rate is. So they all kind of stack on top of each other. But since 2019, we have done a couple of things. We've bought the land. We have worked on the concept drawing to lay out where waste management would put their fleet, where our fleet would go, where the public fueling station would go, and then subsequently, how we would tie in any expansion of the wastewater system onto that property. I think COVID definitely slowed SoCal Gas a little bit, but I'm hoping with your help and inquiries that we will be able to speed this up and get something into construction. Once we enter the agreement with SoCal Gas, we could be in construction probably within 6 months. They've talked about the design would be roughly about 6 months for the fueling station itself. And we could be open, shortly thereafter that. That would not be the construction of our facility buildings. That would just be the public fueling station as well as the ability to fuel our fleet over there. Once we actually get into the agreement, we would start then working on the design of our facility, the mechanics facility, those subsequent items. Once we are able to, again, enter the agreement. If we can't get something worked out fairly quickly with SoCal Gas, we will go to RFP on this project and actually design it ourselves. But theirs was supposed to be a fast track way of doing it. Fortunately, COVID hit and that kind of stalled some of the discussions.
So at this point, the agreement, our draft version of the agreement, I guess you're saying that that's our draft has already been through our legal and approved by legal?
It has, and it can't be done through Mr. Pinckney's firm. So because it has to do with waste management, because it's all tied in and related, and they can't represent the council for anything doing with waste management. So Eric Vell with Burke has looked at that. And again, we're just waiting on the financial numbers to be able to insert those.
Okay, and so my understanding then is the agreement has been completed on our side, and then it's been with SoCal Gas for a while. See, let me tell you where my concern is.
Okay.
This is funding source from RCTC, and being on RCTC, there are often times that we have to vote on items that say, and I think we had an issue with this on another, it might have been the Potrero interchange, that it was use it or lose it. And I just wanted to, make sure that we are that this is a high priority item and that we're moving it forward so that we don't lose the RCTC funding.
Yes, sir. We're well aware of that. And we have not asked for any additional funding based on not having the final agreement and knowing. So all of those things are coming into play. We're back on this. As you know, a good majority of my time was spent with the plant. And so I'm actually able now to come off of those projects and start really focusing on these. So I've been pushing projects since then, but this is one at the top of the list.
And does this project, when you're working with a city department, you're working with Public Works on this project, or?
Public Works and Engineering, Jeff Hart has been working with us on this. We'll work with Transit on it. And then wastewater, again, we're just making sure that we're not building any permanent facilities that would prohibit an expansion of them. But then we're also working with Waste Management and the Solid Waste Division.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
On this item, because Waste Management's involved, I'm going to recuse myself. I apologize. I was looking at some notes related to a prior item.
Okay.
And didn't catch that until just now. So
Okay.
I'll step out.
Noted. So if there's no other questions or comments at this point, I think this is a receive and file, right? Is there any, I don't think there's a motion on this one, correct? Receive and file.
Receive and file. Yes, sir.
Actually, I think in the past, we always vote to approve receive and files. It's the only board I sit on, but that does that, but we'll go ahead and do that. So I'll move to receive and file the Transit Capital Improvement Update.
I'll second that.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara.
Yes.
Councilmember Santos.
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Item number 10, update of the Department of Building and Safety staff report from building official Pedro Rico.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Council members, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Let me adjust this. Yes, thank you. We have an update for you on the Department of Building and Safety's activities. We'll start with the building permits. In 2018, the department issued 2,704 building permits. In 2019, we did 2,229. In 2020, we issued 1,555, and we did 2,148 permits in 2021. Now, I would like to point out something here with those numbers. The number of permits in 2020 and 2021 do not reflect all the residential solar photovoltaic, what we call PV permits, that in prior years were separately issued for each tract home. For example, the number of permits in 2021 would now have an additional 437 PV permits for the new tract homes. Those are not reflected anymore because we have combined them in a single permit. You see, in 2020, home builders were requested to submit their master plans for the required 2019 code updates to include the design of the PV systems and to have the PV included in each permit issued for each home. Now, each building permit of a new home now includes the additional fees of its PV system and includes the description of the size of its required PV system. This request was made to streamline the plan review process, the permitting process, and the inspection process. We're not losing any fees, but we are saving staff time that now we are able to use it and focus on other projects. Next is about plan review. Prior to 2020, 100% of all plan check submittals were sent out to the plan check consultants. And now most of the plan review is done in-house. The in-house plan checking started when I commenced with the city and with the promotion of a permit technician who is now a building plans examiner. Currently, we only use the plan check services consultants when we are not able to meet the turnaround time of 10 business days. The plan check consultants help us in 2020, they helped us with 219 plan checks. Last year, with only 96 plan check submittals. We did 884 in-house plan checks in 2020. And last year, 2021, we did 1,451 plan checks in-house. So that's a difference there. Now let's do the activity of inspections. In 2020, to prevent the spread of COVID-19, the inspections were done remotely through live video conferencing between the building inspectors, and the property owners or the contractors. These virtual inspections were completed by two seasoned building inspectors who are very knowledgeable on codes in construction and who have great inspection techniques. You see, virtual inspections take way longer than in-person inspections. but the inspectors were able to do 9,685 inspections in 2020 without missing a single one or rolling any of them over for another day. I'm very happy and fortunate to have these two inspectors who have so much knowledge and experience. Since 2021, inspections are done virtually only in occupied spaces to continue preventing the spread of the virus. Most of the inspections are now in person since most of the projects are of new construction and outdoors for existing construction. In 2021, the inspectors completed 15,657 inspections. This larger number of inspections was made possible because most of the inspections were done in person and with the help of a part-time consulting building inspector who helps us every time we can. We would get overwhelmed with inspections on a temporary basis. Following now is the streamlining of the department's process. As indicated in last year's State of the City by the mayor, we are currently using the Citizen Self-Service Portal, called CSS for short, or portal, to accept building permit applications and submittal of electronic construction drawings and to accept payments for some projects. Now, part of the streamlining of the department processing here is when it comes to solar residential PV systems, they are very common and consistent in new construction, but also in existing construction, in existing homes. Just the sheer volume of these permit applications is very overwhelming for plan check staff and for the permit technicians. That's one of the reasons we did the combined building permits for all brand new homes. Now, in 2021, for existing houses, we did 674 in-house PV plan checks. And in 2020, we did 396. To streamline the plan review process and permitting process for these residential PV systems, we have recently implemented the use of a software called Solar App Plus. The software runs plan check compliance and it processes building permits automatically. It does it in a matter of between 10 and 15 minutes each. After the software does the plan review automatically, and if it approves it, the software also automatically produces a certified inspection list that is used by the building inspectors in the field. The training for the inspectors to be able to do these type of inspections and to use this checklist was provided at no cost by the Interstate Renewable Energy Council. And we have so far, because we've been working on that, we have a few already done remotely by the contractors, and we're ready for inspections on this. They haven't called us for inspections on this. The Solar App Plus software is integrated with the city's existing permitted software, which is EnerGov. This software is able to do about up to 90% of the standard typical residential PV systems. Right now, the software is limited to only residential PV systems on the roof, with no battery storage systems, no electrical service main panel upgrades, but it will soon be being available to review and approve designs and issue permits for residential PV systems, combined with battery storage systems, electrical service panel upgrades, re-roofing, electrical vehicle charging stations, and including the new roofing integrated PV products like the Tesla solar glass roof tiles. It will be able also to produce and issue permits and plan check for the roof-mounted hot water solar thermal systems. That is coming very soon here. Solar App Plus was free for the city. It's always going to be free to all cities and county building departments, permitting departments at no cost. The software was developed with the grant funding from the Department of Energy. It was created in collaboration with a few associations and jurisdictions, such as the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, Underwriters Laboratory, International Code Council, the International Association of Electrical Inspectors, the National Fire Protection Associations, and of course, like I said earlier, other associations in other cities. What we've done so far with the permitting system and with the Solar App Plus, that's only the beginning of the what we are trying to accomplish. It's what we, IT and I were talking about this morning. It's just the tip of the iceberg. We have only done small portions to the online service portal and the EnerGov portion to work internally for staff. There's still much more to do. When all the parts are fully implemented, the department will be able to process more permits in less time, all while maintaining the required safety standards. It will allow the public to request building inspections for all projects, accept all types of building permit applications, and will notify applicants automatically with plan check statuses, permit issuance, and building inspections. Now, this is the fun part for a lot of the building department staff. It's building codes. We can't wait to learn all the changes in the new codes, because otherwise repeating the same requirements becomes pretty boring, so the fun is there. The national model codes change every 3 years, and the state adopts them with amendments also every 3 years. The 2022 California building codes are already approved by the different California state agencies and by the California Building Standards Commission. These code books will be published and they will become available on July 1st of this year. The 2022 California building codes will be adopted by Beaumont a few months before the end of this year, so they become effective next year on January 1st, 2023. Mayor, Council, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, comments or questions from council? Seeing none? Oh, you have a quick question?
do.
Go ahead, Mr. Lara.
Thank you very much for your report, very detailed. I'm sure you're looking forward to the new code update as we all do, right? Used to anyways. So I think it's great that you're taking advantage of the Solar app to go ahead and process applications quickly, more efficiently, and get those out to the customer. So I appreciate your efforts in that area. And again, Pedro, thank you so much for the detailed report. I appreciate that.
Thank you,
That's all
sir.
I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Looks like Mr. Lara is going to miss his first review of the new codes. You can do that in your retirement time.
I could.
If there's no other comments, I'll move to receive and file.
I'll second.
And a roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 11, City Hall renovation update and a staff report from Lori Miller.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. We're here tonight to provide a super exciting update for a few more projects that we're currently working on. First, we'll start with City Hall renovation project. It's currently in design with SGH Architects. The conceptual floor plan for the east end of the building has been approved and designed to increase the operational functionality of our services. The new design will include a variety of offices, cubicles, conference rooms, wellness room, and centrally locate customer service. Plans are currently under review, and the anticipated notice of bid request for the projects is April 2022, with an estimated award date of June of this year. City Hall roofing, we've all seen the roof and the problems that it has presented. So you'll be excited to know that site inspections conducted with SGH and the roofing manufacturer have been completed to determine the existing condition of the roof, which we kind of knew, and defined the scope of work. Plans are now under review, and the anticipated date to request bids is April of this year, with the estimated contract award date of June also. City Hall fire system upgrades, SGH, has engaged fire protection consultants and is currently working with the engineer to finalize design plans. These plans will also be a part of the big package anticipated for April of 2022 with the estimated award date of June. City Hall bathrooms, renovation of the restrooms on the east end of the building is included in the design scope and will be part of the bid package for April and estimated award date of June. City Hall HVAC, SGH is currently working with a mechanical engineer to finalize plans to be included in the bid package, anticipated for April 2022 with the estimated award date also of June. Window replacement, our friends in Building B will appreciate this. Window replacement for Building B will be a standalone project and with anticipated request bids for March of 2022 and estimated award date of May of 2022. And I am free to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
And comments or questions from council?
Just a quick one, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
All these are accounted for in the budget and so forth. I think a lot of these were approved before I got here, if I remember, if I have that right. Okay. Everything's accounted for then? All right, thank you.
One quick question.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Lara.
So with the estimated bid date of, is that June, I believe, on City Hall, June 2022, the
That's
award
correct.
date, do we know how quickly construction can start?
We are anticipating construction the later part of the year, roughly August.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
I have a quick question. The gym, I don't see that on here. I do know that we were doing some remodel. I believe it's been painted on the outside. Is the gym all complete is where we want it to be, or is that a future item?
The gym is not part of this particular, the interior portion of the gym is not part of this. What is part of this for the gym is going to be the HVAC units and also the roofing and to fix any of the leaks that come in around the windows in the areas up top.
Okay, thank you. No other questions or comments? I'll move to receive and file.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. And item number 12, I believe we're on, which is the Collections System CIP project update. Staff report from Mr. Thaxton Van Bell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're going to review some of the CIP projects across the collection system. Knowing this group never just wants to sit back and say it was like that when we found it. These projects are important for the betterment of the City of Beaumont and its infrastructure. Item number 1 was the wastewater master plan. Master plan provides a capacity adequacy assessment of the city sewer collection system to meet the level of service required by existing customers and to accommodate future growth. The wastewater master plan is a technical planning and budgetary document that establishes the infrastructure needs for the community over time and quantifies costs and financial requirements associated with those needs. This report has been finalized and was on tonight's consent calendar. Next up is a PLC project. PLCs are computer controllers for the pumps and alarms and monitoring systems for our pump and lift stations across the system. The existing PLCs were obsolete. They were several years retired by the manufacturer, so we undertook a project to get those replaced with modern equipment. The engineering department from our Public Works helped manage this project, and I'm glad to say that currently all city-controlled lift stations have new PLCs in them and are operating. And we've now moved on to the communications portion of this project. And that was to update the old line of sight radio system and update it with cellular communications. and then put a new modern backbone radio system in the event the cellular goes down. So we have redundancy across and keep up our communications. The next portion of this was for inflow and infiltration, commonly called I&I in the industry. I&I is an issue that can take up capacity in your system and at your plant. And it's from outside sources of water entering into your collection system piping. One of the ways we're going about tracking this and viewing the system is by installing some monitoring manhole covers. They use an ultrasonic technology to measure the liquid depth of the sewer and report the level via satellite to a computer or mobile device. For the initial rollout, 8 locations were selected. They represent the main gravity trunks that flow back to the plant, in addition to some areas previously identified as hotspots. To date, we now have 5 of these covers installed, and we hope to get the remaining 3 over the next few weeks as staff gets freed up from the PLC project. Next up is the Mesa Lift Station and Force Main. We have an RFP out for this. It was identified as part of the wastewater master plan in needing some attention. We had some deficiencies in the conveyance capacity of the plant. So part of the RFP that was issued was to get engineering services related to some improvements at the lift station, as well as completing the 16-inch force main to run parallel with the existing 12-inch force main that leaves the Mesa lift station and comes across the freeway to the plant. Interviews have taken place the last week of January, and we anticipate this contract for design coming to council on or before March 1st. And then looking to the future, we have a rate study collaboration with the finance department on the horizon, as well as we're looking to bring in GIS-based collection system maintenance and tracking software. That concludes my report. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
All right, we'll take comments or questions from council. Seeing no hands raised, I'll move to receive and file this report.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 13, the First Amendment of an agreement to extend the contract for professional services with Burtech Waste Industries Incorporated to provide sludge hauling services for the wastewater treatment plant. And Mr. Van Bell, you're up again.
Mr. Mayor, before we get into the staff report, just to provide some further explanation, I have a conflict on this item because it involves Burtech. There's an attorney in my firm that represents waste companies, and for the same reason, I had a conflict on item number 9.
Okay.
So I'll recuse myself for that reason.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council again. This item before you is to extend the contract with Burtech Waste Industries to handle our sludge handling services for the wastewater treatment plant. We've been with them for the initial 3 years of their contract. They've been a good partner. In March, when COVID first hit, they agreed to waive their CIP costs at the time. You know, it was a huge uncertainty to a lot of us, and we appreciate that. They worked with us through all the construction at the wastewater plant, and now we have a brand new solids handling building up. Furthermore, they've agreed to stick to the terms of the 3% CIP, which I think we all know is a pretty good term at this time. So with that, staff is recommending we extend the contract for 1 more year with Burtech Waste Industries. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer.
Thank you. Any public comments on this one, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Mr. Finn?
Yes, when this contract was first awarded, were there other bids from other waste companies? And if so, does anybody remember why Burtech was selected?
Yes, we did receive a competing bid. I believe that the Synagro was the company. Burtech was chosen in large part due to their pricing structure of being a straight out price per ton, whereas the other company basically charged a frontage charge for the entire truck, and then a smaller portion was related to weight. We had faith in our staff to properly manage the system and felt more comfortable paying by the ton instead of potentially paying for empty trucks to run down the road.
All right, very good. That's good information to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comments, I believe this is we need a motion on this one, please.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the First Amendment of an agreement to extend the existing contract for professional services with Burtech Waste Industries, Inc. to provide sludge hauling services for the wastewater treatment plant through April 30th, 2023.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. So item 14. That is authorized preliminary discussions with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation and Park Improvement Corporation on a collaborative effort to develop a park facility on 123 acres on the north side of Cherry Valley Boulevard and formerly known as the Danny Thomas Ranch. So this is an item where I get to present. I brought this to council at the last council meeting. We discussed it, and the idea at that time was to bring this back for further discussion and to give direction on to legal and to staff on how to move forward to the next step if there is consensus from council. Some of the stuff, the corporation here, I believe, references the foundation, the Beaumont Cherry Valley Park Foundation. But the corporation and the district, when we talk about this item, not to confuse, basically is the same entity for all our purposes. So the district is in the very early stages of DTR. Their letter that they sent to us suggested the option or the opportunity for us to work with them and see if there's a way that Beaumont might effectively contribute to the corporation's efforts. Discussions are required to identify the needs of each agency and to determine how this project might be able to address those needs. So in general, whether or not there is an opportunity for a partnership to work with the district on this, we need to have more information. And before we do that, we need to, I believe, come to an agreement on how to move forward with the park district in a way that both sides see a value of moving forward. So the idea here is to add an ad hoc 2x2 committee recommended to establish a needs analysis and to engage in detailed discussions to determine how Beaumont might effectively partner with the corporation. And a draft memorandum of understanding will be brought back to City Council for review at its February 15th meeting. Should the City Council ultimately partner with the corporation, it is important to keep in mind that the corporation will be the lead agency and will own and manage the facility. It's very similar to what happens in Noble Creek. And then the idea is to keep in mind, it is equally important to keep in mind that if and only when the city and corporation agree to collaborate on the project, that the project or the Danny Thomas Ranch at that point would need to be annexed into the city if we were going to spend any public resources on that. So the draft memorandum, I think those 2 points in that last paragraph, the one point about that the corporation will be the lead agency, will own and manage the facility, and that the city, if we, in the end of our analysis, determine to move forward with public resources, that the project would have to be annexed into the city. So at that point, if there's any public comment?
Yes, I do have one, and I believe I have another one that's getting ready to call in. I just got
Okay.
an email.
Okay.
I have Steve Melman.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be brief. I'm fully in favor of a park, a community park up in that area. I think it would be very beneficial. But I have a word of warning. An Arizona developer has proposed to put a 2.5 million square foot industrial warehouse on Cherry Valley Boulevard across the street from the park. On the other side, across Brookside Avenue, is the Solara Oak Valley Greens development as well as Stetson. You've heard me say a lot and for many years of the problems that would bring to the two communities, but it would be awful in terms of developing a park. So I hope that the city will do the right thing and say no to this proposal. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melman. And we have another comment?
Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No, no callers.
I have an email from Dwayne Burke asking how to call in, so I expect that he will probably be calling in.
Okay. So I think we can begin discussion. If Mr. Burke calls in, we can take his comments. I think that the comment from Mr. Melman is when he says that city should turn down this proposal or the project. I don't believe he was talking about Danny Thomas Ranch. I think the Danny Thomas Ranch park idea came out of the negotiations with the Gateway Warehouse or I-10 Logistics. I'm not sure what it's called now. And the idea was that by building a park there, it would stop the flow of new industrial development eastward into Cherry Valley. And I think that that's why I think this is important to move forward on seeing if the city, if there is an opportunity for the city to partner with the district. And at this point, I'd love to get any other comments or input.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Sure.
So I'm not sure when this was developed, but Yucaipa has a nice community park, which is next to their regional park.
Right.
Are there any, do we have any contacts, and were there any public officials that had served when that was developed that we could reach out and get some advice from and some guidance to maybe help us in doing that?
In my approach, the problem is spending any staff time or resources on a project that we don't have a council approval to move forward. So I think that that would be part of the 2x2 committee discussion, and also part of the back and forth between Beaumont and the Parks District. But I agree with you. I think we reach out to they have a great regional park, and we look at options there. I know that the Parks District is already considering other parts of that park. I believe it's 124 acres? 123 acres. So there's a lot of room there.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Laura.
Yeah, Mayor, in 2014, I served as a board member on the Beaumont-Cherry Valley Recreation and Park District, and that this type of a partnership was something that they were really eager to do even back then, was to work with the city of Beaumont at that time. So I think it's an opportunity for us to look into this, to see if this is something that may come to fruition. I like the idea of a 2x2, and also like the opportunity to work with the Beaumont-Cherry Valley Recreation Park District.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so I agree. I mean, the project has the potential of really bringing a premier focal point to the area. So with that, I'm very supportive of a 2x2 to have some discussion. I think it's necessary. I'm cautious on a few things, so as we move forward with the discussions, I'm concerned with the distinction of the district and corporation. So I want a little bit more clarity on that if we were to start moving forward with any type of involvement. Is there any potential, litigations and stuff with the project that the city would be involved with, and, just things like that, but that's down the road. This MOU that might be coming back, I'm also concerned to see how the wording's gonna be and exactly what is it that we're looking at, doing with the Parks District, but the discussion is the first step, so the 2x2 I fully support, and let's see what we have to say, and, I'll be curious but very protective of what comes forth in any type of agreement, so, very.
Mr. Santos, you good?
Just a quick comment on this. I mean, this is a lot of potential for the city of Beaumont and also on the surroundings. And I think this is really a good opportunity for the agencies and us to work together and put a good park over there, because this will be we have to plan it well, and they have to plan it well with our coordinations and work together of being a destination park. And I like to see all the sports we could put it in there, and just like Mr. Penn mentioned about the park, the regional park on Yucaipa, and I have a lot of good ideas too. I mean, to have because that's 123 acres. I mean, to have a recreational, lake over there. It's not only fishing, and I know Bogart Park is really well lake in there. And what I'm talking about, the vision is we have to develop and look forward of this council and also the agency or the corporation to work together and accomplish the better future of the city of Beaumont, and then also the region in there, the agency. That's the way I see it. I mean, I agree, and on the 2x2 in here, and looking forward on this council to work together with the corporation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So at this point, the recommended city council is to agree to begin preliminary discussions. I think we have consensus to do that. And then the second item was to appoint 2 city council members to a 2x2 committee. Mr. Santos, would you like to serve on that committee with me?
I'll be happy to do that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and then provide a report to the city council. That's part of the recommended action. So I think you have direction on this.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a caller on the line if you'd
Okay.
like to take it.
Sure.
Okay. Jennifer, when you're ready.
Transferring now.
Mr. Burke, can you hear us? Mr. Burke, can you hear us? The call disconnected.
He's back on the line. I'm going to transfer him through.
Okay. Mr. Burke, can you hear us?
Nicole?
Yes, go right ahead. You're on the line.
Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer and Nicole.
We can hear you,
goodness.
Dwayne.
Okay, I'm here. Can I hear the mayor?
Yes.
Oh, hey, this is the first time I've ever done this, so my apologies.
Well, we can hear you loud and clear now. You're good to go.
You guys look really good on my small iPod here in my house. So, anyway, on behalf of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation and Park District, we're looking forward to working with the city through a regional park opportunity. Okay, hold on. This is the first time I've ever done this, so my apologies. Well, we can hear you loud and clear. You're good to go. You guys look really good on my small iPod here in my house. So, anyway, on behalf of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation.
Are you still there, Dwayne?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the backlight up. So, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yes, we can hear you fine.
I just want to say that, as a relationship between cities and park districts, this is a great opportunity for a regional park for the community. And so there's been some opportunity to have a developer donate land to us. And so our goal is to make a quality of life better for Beaumont, Cherry Valley, and the surrounding communities, along with your participation. So that's where we're at with this. So that's what this whole community is about. Nobody gives you 124 acres of land to build parks. So that's what we're doing right now. So we're looking forward to a partnership.
Thank you. I think we are too. And as you probably heard, we're going to go ahead and establish a ad hoc committee, and we'll reach out to you and start discussions.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move on, let me speak to your concern about the MOU. And I think, Mr. Pinckney, what we're looking for in the MOU is something that allows us to move forward and start to have your office look at the legal issues that Mr. Martinez brought up and some of the other issues involving that area. I think in general, I think there's, as I've said a number of times, that there's two important issues, one for each side. And so the concept and the statement that is in this last paragraph here, where that the agency will own and manage the facility, will lead the agency, will be the lead agency, own and manage the facility, is the point that we need to get across for the Parks District to be comfortable moving forward. And I believe that the last sentence that says, if we do decide to come together on a project at some point in the future, then annexation into the city is important. And so
does the council anticipate that we'll come to the next meeting with a draft MOU for you to work on, or are we waiting until we hear back from the two by two discussion?
I don't know that we really should do the 2x2 and start moving forward without
at least a template.
Yeah, and
Okay.
something that that the Parks District can approve on their board as well.
Okay, and I'll work with the two council members that
Okay.
have been selected on crafting that MOU, and then that will come back at some
Perfect.
point.
Okay, sound good? Okay, so we'll go on to item 15, authorize the Fifth Amendment to the City Manager Employment Agreement, and staff report from Carrie Mendoza.
And the city
good evening, Mayor.
the city manager is recusing himself on this item, given that it involves his contract.
All
Thank
right.
you, John. All right, in front of you this evening, Mayor and Council, you have the Fifth Amendment to the City Manager's Employment Agreement. As you all know, annually you engage in a negotiation process with the city manager regarding the terms of his contract. Outlined before you are the terms agreed to in this Fifth Amendment. Changes include an additional $450 per month to his deferred compensation account of choice, as well as the ability to cash out additional vacation and/or sick hours. Be happy to answer any questions you may have in regards to this. I put some approximate budget value in there and ask that you review and execute the agreement that you've all negotiated in good faith.
And do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Jennifer, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Thank you. So the monetary change on this is to include an additional $450 per month into a deferred contribution account. And then also the ability to convert up to 100 hours of vacation and 6 hours to cash. I'm sorry, or sick hours to cash. And that's
Correct,
only...
which is an increase of 20 hours.
Right.
to
So
his
it's an increase
previous.
from 80 hours now to 20 hours. Okay.
80 to 100, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, increased by 20. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions or comments from council?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank Mr. Parton for his patience in the work that he's done this past year. It's an excellent job of meeting his goals for the year. It's been great to work with, and appreciate having him here, and obviously appreciate his sense of humor as it is. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, I echo the appreciation we have for our city manager. All you do for us is an invaluable thing, so we thank you so much for having you. And thank you for your patience, because the process is better than last year, but we're still working on it. It's a work in progress, trying to get the evaluations done timely. So thank you for your patience, and thank you for being here.
Mr. Finn.
I just want to give an extra thank you and echo what has been said, but the extra thanks for the public outreach efforts that he's been doing.
Mr. Santos.
Same thing here, and thank you so much, Todd, and being with us, and we look always going forward, and I really appreciate that on the way you handle the city. Thank you, Mayor.
And I will finish with, I think we have a great team here with the 5 council members, our city manager, and our city attorney. And I think we've been working really well together for ever since 2016 on Halloween night is when Todd started here. So I too am in full support of this amendment, and I think we've got a great value in our city manager, and hopefully there'll be many more years to come. So at that point, I will move to authorize, well, I'll let someone else make that motion.
Motion to authorize the mayor to execute the Fifth Amendment to the city manager employment agreement.
I'll second.
And could we get roll call on that, please?
Councilmember Lara.
Yes.
Councilmember Santos.
Aye.
Councilmember Finn.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. All right, now we'll move on to legislative updates and discussion. And I'm not sure who we're going to see on that one. Oh, Christina Taylor, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Very brief update for you this evening, only 2 items. The first item is regarding ACA 7 or Assembly Constitutional Amendment 7. I received a number of questions over the last few weeks regarding this amendment. And I know the League of California Cities was looking for input as well. So I'd like to provide a brief summary to you and then take any questions that council may have. So this is a measure that would provide a return to local control in regards to land use and zoning within the city. It is a constitutional amendment that allows a city or county ordinance or regulation that was enacted under police powers or the purview of the city to create ordinances and regulations that pertain to zoning to prevail over conflicting laws or regulations that the state has enacted. There are a couple of exceptions to that, none of them which particularly obtained or particularly apply to the city of Beaumont. Some exceptions to that would be related to the California Coastal Act, siting of a power generating facility capable of more than 50 megawatts of electricity, and then development of a development or construction of a water or transportation infrastructure project. So, I suppose other than the coastal issue, either of those second and third exceptions could pertain to us at some point in the future, but at this time they do not. So this ACA would pertain to both charter cities and general law cities, and essentially it, like I said at the beginning, would return local control and allow the cities to govern their own zoning without regard to what the state has enacted. So in theory, this is good. Of course, staff and other folks involved in the legislative world have concerns about how the state may try and combat this if indeed it is approved. So we're always looking for information on that and talking with folks regularly regarding anything that they're hearing at the state level. There is an initiative that would be on the ballot if enough signatures are gathered that would support this. And so fundamentally, this proposed constitutional amendment does support and is in alignment with the city's legislative platform. And so staff would recommend that council take a formal position to support. And I believe we have provided some information through the city manager's office to the League of Cities as well regarding this. So I'm happy to answer any questions on this before I jump into very briefly the second item.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. So this is an ACA is something that is put on the ballot by the legislature, correct?
Correct. It would have to pass through both houses with 2/3 vote, and then it would also have to pass. Well, it would then go on the ballot, and then it would have to pass by more than 50% or the 2/3 of registered voters.
Okay, and if this doesn't pass the Assembly and the Senate, the initiative that you're talking about is a separate path. Is that correct?
Yeah, so an initiative can be placed on the ballot separate and aside from this. And that would have to go through the process of signature gathering and then verifying the signatures, et cetera, and having then through the Secretary of State have the item placed on the ballot.
And one last question. Are there any sponsors on this bill that are from the Democrats?
Yes, this is actually proposed by a Democrat. So ACA 7 is proposed by Murasuchi, who is a Democratic representative out of the Los Angeles, Torrance area down out west of here.
And has it passed any committee improvements at this point?
So last I checked, it had not, but I think it was slated to get on. It may have gone yesterday or today. There's a waiting period of, I believe, 10 or 14 days. I'd have to look back at my notes before it could be assigned to any committee. So I can either update council via email if I receive an update on that, or by the next legislative update on February 15th, there would be more information available.
Thank you. And Mr. Pardon, did we sent a letter on this one, correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions on ACA 7, so you can continue your report, please.
Okay. So second item, just briefly, I believe you all have received through the city clerk's office the 2021 legislative platform for the city of Beaumont. It is time to update that platform as needed. So at the meeting on February 15th, that will be the actually, I'm not sure. I'll defer to Todd on whether that needs to be agendized or we'll handle it through the legislative update, but we will be tackling that item.
Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to the economic development update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're just prepping for the Economic Development Committee meeting next Wednesday. That would be February 9th at 4 o'clock. So we're looking forward to that meeting.
Thank you. And the city treasurer report.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I have no report because our meeting is for next week. We fell into that funny gap. Thank you.
Okay, city clerk report.
No report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melman. And city attorney report.
And I have no report this evening.
City manager report.
Oh, my. Didn't expect this to come around so fast. So I appreciate council's support and consideration and the things that we do and we've accomplished for the last 5 or so years is really a testament to the team, the staff team that has come together and the leadership, that we've gotten from council. You guys have stood up to some crazy, intense things that, out of a dozen or so things we've done, 1 or 2 of those would be a highlight of a career, political career, or a bureaucratic career. So it's pretty incredible when you go back and think about it. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I am ordering 1,000 black roses. I am sending those on behalf of the city to the Las Vegas Raiders for making the worst possible head coaching hire and GM hire that I could think of. So as Chargers and Broncos fans, we're in good hands for a while. So it'll last at least 18 months, I think. So anyway, so that's good news for celebration. And then we did have attached to our city council packet our detailed project update. It was a little bit late with our holiday schedule and with some COVID outings. We weren't able to get it pulled together for our last meeting, so you'll see another one which will actually sandwich closer to this one again, coming back up. So this gives you your detailed report that's there. And then I am scheduled to go speak with Four Seasons next week to really kind of discuss with their safety committee their concerns about traffic flow and the impacts that they're seeing, with development down in that area. And we're going to re-review where we are with Hot Springs, with the RCTC plan schedule, hopefully for construction on the Hot Springs improvements. Again, kind of highlighting the Pennsylvania Avenue improvements, the facts that we're really waiting for final UP and state approvals to get those projects out to bid soon, and those kinds of things. So I'll follow back up with y'all based on the conversation and kind of the fruits of that conversation that we have with them after next week. So that concludes City Manager's report.
Thank you. Is that, your meeting with Four Seasons is separate than the National Night Out? Is that correct? It's not the same
Yes, it
night?
is. It
Okay.
is.
Chief, are you going to the National Night Out? Yeah.
I'm not sure this city news will be hosting our own national night out July 29th.
Okay.
Friday, so I think we're going to focus most of our efforts on the city's national night out.
Okay. All right, so next item on the agenda is future agenda items. So does anyone have any future agenda items? So does anybody have an item that used to be a future agenda item that has not come to us yet that you'd like to sort of remind us about? Sure, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so a while back, we talked about the youth council, possibility of establishing that. And, the students that were involved with that, because of the holidays and stuff, had a little break there, but, they've come back to me and, requested that we continue to move forward. So, we should be coming back with that, soon.
Okay, great. All right, seeing no other hands raised on that one, we'll move on to, I believe it's the council reports. And we'll start with Mr. Martinez. How about you? Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes, thank you. No report. Well, I do have one quick thing. So I was scheduled to go to Three Rings Ranch on Friday from 9 to 12:30 as a part of their career day, and I unfortunately had to withdraw. So I had Nicole, I believe, sent out an email as if anybody was available. If no one is available, then I've talked to Mr. Parton about sending possibly someone from staff to represent the city, and he's agreed.
And I missed the start of it. What's the?
It's 9 to
what's the event?
12:30. It's a career day at Three Rings Ranch for the
Okay.
elementary school. So they have a booth set up for us, and then they'll have it for the city of Beaumont. And if someone can attend, that'd be great. And if not, then of course staff will be able to fill that in. The police, I believe, is going separately as well. But just to kind of highlight some of the careers in public work.
Okay, great. Mr. Laura.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Mr. Santos.
Nothing to report, but like to say to Happy New Year in Chinese.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to say Happy New Year in Chinese?
Nugu, no.
All right, Mr. Finn.
Yes, I have a quick report. I received an email from the city in terms of notifications of what's going on and so forth. And I've learned through life there's an app for that. And the city's app is out. And I was able to log in and use that and so forth. So it's really neat. On the homepage, you have a section on government, report an issue, utility billing, news, calendar, parks and recreation, where's the bus, emergency preparedness, and police department. So I was able to report a graffiti issue that I saw when I did an open house a couple Saturdays ago. And so it was a neat little app and wanted to share the information. So, and a big thank you to everybody who helped put that together. Thank you.
No, I agree. I do use that app. Haven't reported anything yet, but I'll look for something to report. All right. So I'm glad you brought that up because you remind me of something. When you go to the government homepage, there are photos of the council members. And unless there's an objection from the rest of the council, I would like a new picture myself. And I don't think we've done that with you, have we?
No, we have not. I submitted a photo that I had already. So.
Okay. So maybe we could, I don't know, that's not a future agenda item. I think it's just something to give Mr. Parton to think about. And then the other thing is, the reason I asked about the night out, and Nicole, I'm hoping you can help me with this. I received an invite, and it was either email, text, mail, and I cannot find it. So if you, I would like to accept the invite, but I just don't know who to reach out to. And if you could just send me an email and let me know.
Okay, and that was Four Seasons?
Yes.
Okay, I'll contact Anita.
And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 9:59.
Oh, just under the wire.
Just under the wire.
Take your seat, please.